and siting guidelines. It is the wrong location for a wind farm. The available area for a wind farm development on Hill of Fare is shown as a shaded area in Figure 1. Ma'am, do you want to? Wonderful. Okay. A very brief description of that. The grey area boundaries are drawn close to where turbines could be placed within the surrounding road network. That's the essence of the approach. The areas available for wind farm development at Mid Hill and Fetter Esso and Glendy to the south of Banchory are also shown. The approximate area covered by the turbines in each development is marked with a red ellipse. A comparison of the available areas for development and other basic data from these wind farms is shown in the table below. I'll go for this very briefly. The Mid Hill Fetter Esso wind farms, they all have a capacity of about 100 megawatts. There are 43 turbines at Mid Hill Fetter Esso. The heights range from 110 to 200 meters. The available area within that grey area that I've marked on the map is about 120 square kilometres. And there are 29 dwellings within 3 kilometres of those turbines. Glendy, 26 turbines, 150 metre height, 190 square kilometres of available area and no dwellings within 3 kilometres. The Hill of Fare, 16 turbines, 180 to 200 metre turbine height, available area 50 square kilometres, dwellings within 3 kilometres about 103. The available area of development at Hill of Fare is 50 square kilometres compared to 120 and 190 square kilometres for Mid Hill, Fetter Esso and Glendy respectively. So it is far smaller. Hill of Fare is a small, isolated island of high land with one topographical feature, the hill and ridge itself. The limited area means the only place a wind farm can be located away from the surrounding homes and roads is on the top of the hill and ridge, from where it would dominate the surrounding low-lying land and settlements. Therefore, it is too prominent for such a development, being highly visible to the many receptors in the area, and can never be described as localized and will inevitably contravene various policies and guidelines, particularly in MPF 4. The Mid Hill and Fetter Esso and Glendy developments are located in much larger available areas within the South Deeside Hills, where there is a complex topography of hills and ridges, allowing the turbines to be sited behind these features, which effectively screen them. Hill of Fare and Mid Hill Fetter Esso topography are compared in figures 2 and 3. Hill of Fare is figure 2, and the point of this is that the turbines occupy the high ground. I've highlighted the land over 400 metres in the red outline, and the turbines are all around that and then the subsequent ridge to the east. So they're built on the high ground and they're not screened by it.
Sorry, so just to be clear, in figure 2, the red line is not the application site, but it's a topography outline.
It's the 400 metre contour line.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Please go on.
Yeah. Land over 400 metres above sea level is identified to highlight the topography. Hill of Fare turbines are 180 to 200 metres placed near the top of the hill/ridge. Mid-hill turbines are 110 to 125 metres tall and located about 70 metres or more below the summit of Curlock. So the visible height is only about 60 metres, and few, if any, turbines can be seen within 10 kilometres of the development. Fetteresso turbines will be up to 200 metres, but the visible height will be less than 100 metres, as they are located further down the hillsides from the mid-hill turbines. Developers have not placed any turbines on top of the peripheral hills and ridges, following Nature Scots and Aberdeenshire Council's wind farm guidance. And just going back to figure 3 briefly, I've employed the same approach of outlining in red the 400-metre contour. So you can see to the north and west and southwest there are hills and ridges that screen the turbines behind them. Hill of Fare would have 16 turbines of 180 to 200 metres tall on the top of the hill and ridge, which rises about 250 metres above the surrounding land. So the visibility is increased up to 450 metres, and turbines would dominate the surrounding land. A zone of theoretical visibility map for Hill of Fare is shown in figure 4. Hub ZTV is used as this indicates areas with clear visibility of the turbines. Hill of Fare turbines are visible almost everywhere within 5 kilometres, and 80% or so of the land within 10 kilometres. The visual impact at all settlements between 3.6 and 7 kilometres is classed as significant, and at viewpoints out to 10 kilometres is also classed as significant. See figure 6. So on figure 6, I've just outlined the Dee Valley Special Landscape Area, and the red stars show the viewpoints where the impact is classed as significant. A hub zone of theoretical visibility for Fetteresso turbines is shown in figure 5. They are visible from about 50% of the area within 5 kilometres and only 30% within 10 kilometres. These effects are far smaller and can be considered localised. A similar exercise has been done for Glendye, which is higher, so land above 500 metres rather than 400 metres has been identified to highlight the topography in figure 7. Glendye Wind Farm is in a basin with surrounding higher land to limit its visibility. The high ground to the northwest and southeast of the wind farm means there is no visibility in those directions within 15 kilometres, and little in other directions except from some hills which are infrequently visited. That's shown in figure 8.
Just for complete clarity, the red line once again is a 400-metre contour.
That was in
figure 7.
Figure 7, a 500-metre contour in that case, because the whole area is higher.
Okay.
But it's the same principle.
Yeah, it's just to be clear, that's all.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, you do say that at the bottom of that. Forgive me, I didn't spot it.
Yeah, that's fine. There's a lot of, I'm going through a lot of stuff very quickly. Yeah, so we've covered figure 8. The developer mentions Clynsaid and Bunloin as recently consented wind farms with turbines approximately 200 metres tall, where reporters have considered an area extending up to 12 kilometres from the proposed turbines as localised. Those developments are located within huge remote areas of the Highlands and are situated below prominent ridges and have very few nearby residents. They are not a precedent that is applicable to Hill of Fare and are accordingly irrelevant. Figure 9 shows wind farms surrounding the Cairngorm National Park with 10 and 20 kilometre buffer zones. It is from 2019, so it is likely more developments would be shown now. Again, these wind farms are in remote locations within large upland areas with complex topography that enables screening. Few residents live locally, and there is limited traffic on nearby roads from residents or visitors. Hill of Fare is different on all counts, making it fundamentally unsuitable. The developer's Landscape and Visual Impact Inquiry report considers the proposal would not be substantially out of scale with the landscape context. This proposal contravenes multiple guidelines from Nature Scott, which draw upon 2 decades of experience of planning for wind farms and help identify locations that are likely to be acceptable. Hofwig and the general public have more faith in Nature Scott guidelines than the developer's LVI reports. The precedent for refusing consent for wind farms in the vicinity of national scenic areas and national parks is well established, with the following table a list of 7 refusals by Scottish ministers, with 3 in the last 18 months. I won't go through the list of wind farms that have been refused. These tend to be in the immediate vicinity of a national scenic area or national park, while Hill of Fare is 15 kilometres from the Cairngorm National Park. However, many of the visitors to the national park will be travelling near Hill of Fare and will be subjected to the clearly identified significant adverse effects. The Aberdeenshire Council Character Type Assessment states that the Dee Valley is a nationally important gateway to the Cairngorm National Park and part of the setting of the national park. It is also the main route into Royal Deeside around Ballater and Braemar, with all its history and connections, which is within the Cairngorm National Park. Access is along the A93 within the Dee Valley Special Landscape Area, and we've seen that in Figure 6. The first hills encountered on this journey are Hill of Fare to the north and Scolty to the south, which introduce the highland landscape and effectively form a gateway into it. Again, see Figure 6. The visibility of a Hill of Fare development from the routes taken by visitors in the area is illustrated in Figure 10. Visitors coming from Aberdeen Airport travel west via West Hill and Garlogie along the south side of Hill of Fare and onto Torfins and Aboyne. Visitors coming from the east and south via the trunk road A93 through Crathers and west through Bankery to Kincardine O'Neill and Aboyne. Those key routes are all highlighted in red on the Figure 10. The Dee Valley landscape is nationally and internationally important. So a development on Hill of Fare risks damaging Scotland's brand as a visitor destination. To quote from the first page of Visit Scotland, a land steeped in history, dramatic landscapes, vast lochs, glens, and Munros. This is clear from the first statement on the homepage of the Visit Scotland website. Visitors to the Cairngorm National Park are particularly focused on the scenery and landscape, the history and culture, and the outdoor activities, as shown in the local area fact sheet. The top 3 reasons for choosing Scotland: for those that are visiting at Aberdeenshire, the landscape and the scenery and landscape is 81%. For those visiting Scotland as a whole, it is 70%.
I'll just ask you to pause for a second. Are you able to put a date on that data? Sorry, that's about it.
I think it's 2023, but I'd have to check back on the website.
Recent date, anyway.
Very recent.
Thank you.
The history and culture for the Aberdeenshire or Cairngorm National Park visitors is 58%, and the history and culture for Scotland as a whole is 48%. And then outdoor activities, 40% for the Cairngorm National Park visitors and 27% for Scotland as a whole. Aberdeenshire and nearby areas have 1.35 million overnight visitors, so it ranks in the middle of Scottish regions outside of the 2 main cities. These visitors are expecting the landscape to be wild and scenic in keeping with the history and culture of Deeside. Modern turbines dominating their approach to the Highlands can only tarnish that experience. Whilst there is no clear evidence to date that wind farms impact tourism, there is little clear evidence that they do not. RES quotes several studies that have found no clear evidence to suggest that the presence of wind farms is detrimental to tourism. However, such studies are retrospective and have not incorporated recent wind farms and the largest turbines. They are the equivalent of driving using only the rear view mirror. As the number of large wind farms continues to grow, there is a risk of a tipping point for when giant wind farms do start to impact the experience of the landscape and heritage. By then, it is too late, and Scotland's reputation would be tarnished. Nobody can predict when or how that perception might come about, but it would be damaging to Scotland's brand. Clearly, turbines are considered detrimental to the character and attractiveness of a landscape. Otherwise, they would be allowed in national parks and national scenic areas. The planning system ensures wind farms that might be intrusive to such areas are not consented, as shown by the table above of wind farms with consent refused. The question is, will visitors approaching a national park or national scenic area find the dominating presence of turbines unpleasant? Will they impact Scotland's carefully cultivated brand? Is it wise to risk Scotland's brand by reducing the quality of the visitor experience in an area where visitors passing the Hill of Fare are particularly sensitive to the adverse visual effects of wind farms? Scotland is land of the Scots. We cannot afford it to become known as turbine land. In conclusion, the proposed development on Hill of Fare is in an area that is too small to accommodate such a development, and it cannot be screened. It is not localised and would have an unacceptable visual impact on the many receptors in the area, both residents and visitors. Visitors to the area are particularly sensitive to the landscape and heritage, so it risks damaging Scotland's visitor brand. For these reasons, S36 consent and deemed planning permission should be refused.
Mr. Briggs, thank you. There are no additional figures, are there, that we didn't look at? So I don't have any supplementary questions for you, but just stay there, please, because Mr. Trinick may have.
Okay, Mr. Trinick, do you have cross-examination questions?
Just a few, ma'am. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Briggs.
Morning.
On the second page of your inquiry report, first and second page, you introduce your figures, which lead in the end to the table on the second page of your inquiry report. On the first page, you tell us in the last paragraph about the available area for development on Hill of Fare is the shaded area, which I can see clearly, that's fine. It's got a blue line around it, which assumes a minimum distance of 1 kilometre from surrounding roads, the closest feasible distance of a turbine from a road and its associated receptors. What is the source of your assumption?
Simply that 1 kilometre seems to be the absolute minimum that residences are likely to be from a major development like this without overbearing effects.
Apologies, I'll try and be more disciplined with the microphone. This is your information. There's no policy basis that you bring forward to the inquiry for what you say. It's your assessment that there would have to be a minimum of 1 kilometre from a turbine to a house. Not so much the road, but the house.
I'm assuming that the houses are along the roads.
Right.
And it's an approximation.
That's all right.
I was being quite generous in the sense that there are houses a little ways from the roads, and yeah, the 1 kilometre is, I think, a minimum if something like 200-metre turbines are likely to be involved. But it is just my assertion.
That's all right. And in the table on page 2, to be honest, I'm not being rude to you, I'm probably being rude to my own mental acuity. What is that intended to show?
It's intended to show the key element of it is the available area for development. That's the essence of it. So Hill of Fare, with the surrounding roads, it's such a small area that there is something like 50 square kilometres available where you could potentially put turbines. That's far less than the other areas of Mid-Hill, Fetteresso and Glendy. And the point being that because it's such a small area, this is the underlying root cause of the whole problem here. There is no topography that can be used to screen these turbines. In fact, the turbines are put on the very topography that might be used for screening.
But can I suggest you're talking in two separate metaphors here? The one is simply a calculation. The other rather isolates the landform of Hill of Fare. Your calculations in your table would be equally applicable if Hill of Fare was an entirely flat piece of land. You simply draw a boundary 1 kilometre away from the turbines and go through the same exercise. They're two separate exercises.
Yeah, if it was flat land, it would be the same, but the fact that it's not flat, it's prominent, it makes them, it's a prominent local feature, it makes them far more visible. And the guidelines are that you should stay clear of prominent landforms and narrow upland ridges. Now, other developments such as the two I've mentioned, Mid-Hill and Fetteresso, they have done exactly that. They stayed clear of the ridges, and because they're large areas, they're able to screen the turbines behind those ridges. That's just not possible on Hill of Fare. It's a wholly inappropriate site.
I wish you'd been at the Glendy inquiry, you would have been of great assistance. But looking at the figures in the table, one exercise I did do, thinking where does this go, was to do a calculation of the number of kilometre squares per turbine to see in reverse what the density of development might be. And having done that, dividing therefore the available area by the number of turbines for each project, for For Glendy, not surprisingly, it's a huge area. It's 7.3. For Hill of Fair, it's 3.12. And for Mid-Hill and Fetteresso, it's 2.79. So actually, in terms of density of development, I'm not saying that was your purpose, but I'm using your own table. The density of development for Hill of Fair is actually less than that for Mid-Hill and Fetteresso, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And that approach would be applicable if it was all a nice big flat land somewhere, then that would be true. And if all the turbines were of equal height, then it would again be valid. But that's clearly not the case. So taking your figures that you've worked out, it shows why this is such an inappropriate area, because they've had to squeeze the turbines in, and it's a very small area per turbine.
I'll put the figures to you. On page 2 of your inquiry report, the second last paragraph, you talk about the resulting zone of theoretical visibility maps for the two developments shown in figures 4 and 5. In each case, the hub height ZTV indicates clear visibility of the turbines, and you then go on to give us some figures which result in terms of visibility. You are aware that the ZTVs do not show actual visibility, but show theoretical visibility?
I am, yes, but the same limitation applies to both instances.
What do you mean?
You're right. The ZTV is a zone of theoretical visibility, so if there are trees, buildings, etc., then they wouldn't be seen. But that limitation of the approach of a ZTV is applicable to both Hill of Fair and Fetteresso. So the relative areas that can be seen, I think that comparison is still valid.
That suggests that you are way astray there. Have you been to Glendy?
Yes, I have, yes.
And you know the lack of tree cover there, that actually it is a bare landscape, that the ZTV shows pretty accurately actual visibility, whereas here in D-side SLA, heavily treed, the ZTV is at the roughest of all guides to what actually might be seen. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand your point, but whilst there are no trees and things in Glendy, I'm not worrying about the immediate vicinity of the turbines where there are no trees. My point is that away from the immediate vicinity, when you're 5 to 10 kilometres away, you can't see the things, trees or no trees, because they're shielded, they are screened. Now, I accept that in the vicinity of Hill of Fair, yes, there are many trees, many buildings in different places, but it's the principle, the high-level principle that I'm focusing on here. It's to illustrate the prominence of that location for a hill farm, for a wind farm. It's a very prominent location, and I think the ZTV illustrates that quite nicely.
Okay, if you go on to page 3, under the heading Visual Impact for Visitors, there's another ZTV point. You tell us in the second paragraph of that section that...
Are you referring to the report or the precognition?
Your report. I'm not using your precognition for
Fine. Yep.
Examination. I should have told you that, my apologies. Page 3, Visual Impact on Visitors, second paragraph. You tell us that, and I assume you're using the ZTV again, that 60% of the journey you describe will be in the shadow of the development. Is that, again, a ZTV calculation?
Bear with me for one moment, please. So, which figure number are you referring to there?
I'm not referring to a figure. I'm referring to the text at the bottom of page 3. The paragraph starting the access to the eastern side of the Cairngorms National Park. And then at the bottom of that page, you tell us that 60% of the journey you describe will be in the shadow of the development. Is that on the basis of a ZTV?
Sorry, I'm with you. Yes, it is.
My third and last point takes us to the list of refusals you show on page 3. I want to go through those with you. First of all, have you looked at the distances between the projects you name and the national park in comparison with Hill of Fare?
Yes, I have. So the figure 9 that I used in the precognition and the report illustrates that the ones near the Cairngorm National Park, and they are indeed very close.
Well, they don't really, do they? Because that map, and I'm not blaming you at all, as a matter of fact, it's way out of date. It doesn't even show Arrygale and Arracan as in Argyll and Bute, so it wouldn't. It doesn't even show Glencastley. So figure 9 may be of limited use. I just note for the reporter that it is extremely out of date in the terms of A, the projects it shows, and B, the status of the projects it does show.
Yeah, it is out of date. It was what I was able to find. The point of that diagram, of that figure, was more around illustrating where wind farms are either proposed or consented around the national park, and the fact that the areas are very remote. They are indeed close to the national park, those that are on that diagram, yes.
Okay, well, leave the figure out of account for the moment. You haven't listed Glendia, I note, which was consented and is 3 kilometres from the national park in comparison with 16.9 kilometres for this project. Why did Glendia not deserve a mention? Perhaps because it was consented.
Okay, I'm worried we might be talking cross purposes here. So, on that figure 9, Glendia is mentioned. It is shown.
Can we get away from figure 9? I'm looking at the table on page 3.
Okay.
Please.
So the table in the table in page 3 is purely those wind farms that have had consent refused. I mean, there are loads that have not. I'm not quite clear what you're asking here.
Well, that's sometimes an advantage, but let's see where this goes. I'm simply saying you've listed the refused wind farms, but that's a partial story, isn't it? Because you've omitted wind farms which would actually be consented close to national parks. You've omitted Glendia, which you reference elsewhere in your evidence, don't you? As a matter of fact.
Yes, I do. I deliberately haven't listed them because there are many that have been consented, and I have no problem with that. The point was simply of showing those was that, and maybe this is my naivety, but the idea that all wind farms are consented, I'm trying to basically show that that is not the case because there are some that are not. That's
fair enough.
Yeah.
And Narracombe, I think if you look at the decision, you'll see that it was refused not for daytime impacts on the NSA, but solely because of nighttime impacts. Did you know that?
I did not know that, no.
And did you know that Salakey has actually been consented? You listed as refused, which it was. It's been consented in, well, I'll give you the date, 26th of April 22, and that consent was extended in 2025, so that's been consented. Accept that?
Okay, accept the correction.
Lethen, which you list, was refused very clearly and explicitly, not because of landscape and visual effects, but solely because of effects on Lochindorp Castle and Schedule Monument. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know the details. I did presume that it was landscape and visual impacts, but I stand corrected.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Briggs. Those are my questions.
I've just got one question, and you'll have it in your inquiry report as well, but there's a couple of places in your recognition where you talk about people approaching the protected landscapes. I think you've got a reference to this in 1.27, page 7 of your recognition. You talk about, you ask a question about visitors approaching a national park or NSA, finding the presence of turbines unpleasant. And I was wondering, do you think that landscape policy or guidance supports the idea of giving added protection to the approaches or the routes into protected areas? Are you going so far as to suggest that?
I think that would be a very interesting approach to adopt. I mean, I think the Glasgow Caledonian study that was done many years ago did indeed suggest that some sort of tourism survey should be done, including the approaches to various national parks, etc. I think including the approaches, if they are going to be heavily used, it would make a lot of sense to consider that, because I think we have to be very careful here that we don't try and extrapolate previous surveys that have been done showing no impacts to the future, because more people are coming and more turbines are being built, and people are particularly sensitized to them. A lot of people come because of Outlander and other films. They know what they expect and want to see. So I think it would make a lot of sense.
But you're not suggesting there's actual guidance that promotes that approach at the moment. It's more an idea you think sensible.
I think the idea has merit, and I think, I think it has merit.
Okay, that's my only question. Thank you. Mr. Campbell, do you want to go back to your
Just to
witness?
pick up the reporter's last question, you're not, I think, in 1.27 of your recognition, you're not, as it were, quoting from any known guidance about the approach to approaches, about the way in which approaches should be treated.
No, I'm not.
Yeah. So this is
No, I'm not.
This is a Jim Briggs original, if you like.
It is.
Yes. Thank you. The only other matter was to just refer back quickly to the figures that you have produced for us. In particular, figures 4 and 5. These are, demonstrably, these are ZTVs. May I ask, did you make these figures yourself, or are they lifted from somewhere?
They're lifted from the relevant information in the applicant's EIARs.
So this is the applicant's information.
It is the applicant's information. I've zoomed in to give the same area in each case, which is a 15-kilometre distance from the turbines. So I've done that myself, but it is all applicant's information.
And ZTV stands for?
Zone of theoretical visibility.
Theoretical.
Visibility, yes.
My own friend Mr. Tunick took you to the table of refused wind farms. And just to be clear, you are only showing refused applications there.
Yes.
But you concede, I think, that some of the information may not be in date.
Some of the information is not in date. I accept that. As I said, maybe I was being somewhat naive in assuming that from the public's perception, all wind farms seem to be consented, but actually there is a fair number that are not, and I was using those as examples of ones that were not. It's a little out of date, I accept that, but yeah.
The text of just above that table and the title to the table make it clear that you are selectively referring only to refused applications.
It does, yes.
That's fine. I just... sorry, I won't ask that question. That's fine. Those are the only questions I have in the examination. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Briggs. I won't take a long break, but I will take 5 minutes, and start back at 10:02 with your next witness. Thank you.
Hofwig, Ms. Platt, good morning. You should have with you your recognition, your inquiry report, a set of figures, and I think you may refer to, this is really for your notes, ma'am, viewpoints 9, 20 and 21, and the additional wire lines. I'll give you the CD numbers when we get to that point, ma'am, if I may. I'd like you to start reading your recognition, please. Introduce yourself and then just read on until I stop you. Take your time.
Thank you. My name is Kelda Platt. I'm the principal of Munro Landscape. My professional qualifications are set out in my inquiry report. But I will just expand on that to say that I have undertaken landscape and visual assessment for the last 14 years. This includes forestry, aquaculture, forest roads, fencing, holiday developments and hydroelectric schemes. I have also undertaken and am undertaking reviews on approximately 10 wind farms with heights of up to 240 metres. I have presented evidence at 3 wind farm inquiries and for an energy transmission scheme as well. This evidence is submitted on behalf of Hofwig, an objection to the Section 36 application for the proposed Hill of Fair wind farm. This precognition summarises my inquiry report and key areas of disagreement with the applicant. My assessment considers landscape character, visual impacts, residential amenity, designated landscapes and compliance with design guidance. It draws from my independent analysis and a detailed review conducted in February 2024 of the applicant's LVIA and RVAA, the Residential Visual Amenity Assessment, which informs my inquiry report. I have read the report of Mr. Neil Robert Ferber of RES, who acts for the applicant, and I respectfully disagree with a number of his conclusions.
I think just for total accuracy, Mr. Ferber is an employee of Pegasus, not RES.
Okay, apologies. Thank you. My conclusions, in summary, based on my site inspections, review of all relevant documentation and independent analysis, my conclusions are the proposed development would result in widespread and significant adverse effects on landscape character and visual amenity, extending beyond what would be expected for a 16 turbine development. The scope of residential visual amenity assessment is too limited, and key visual receptors and viewpoints, including from the Dee Valley SLA at Scolty Hill, are inadequately assessed. Mitigation measures have failed to contain effects sufficiently. Impacts are not localised, with overwhelming effect upon residential resource.
Sorry, can I just check, Mr. Campbell, how much of the recognition you want your witness to read through? I just wanted to check how much of the recognition are you proposing to read through, and whether it be possible to be selective within maybe each of the points you're talking about.
You just give me a moment. with recognition, ma'am. I wonder if I could take the witness, please, to Chapter 5, Visual Effects.
Yes, Chapter 5, Visual Effects.
Would you mind reading from there, please?
If you refer to Figure 2 in relation to visual effects, you can see on this plan that there are blue circles which represent all viewpoints which have been assessed as significant by the applicant. There are also green circles which represent viewpoints assessed as significant in addition by myself. There are also orange circles which represent significant effects on settlements and residences. Sorry, the orange circles represent significant effects on settlement and residences. And you can see from the plan that the significant effects creates an encirclement of the Hill of Fare with an expansion to the east with the additional visual effects that have been identified. The green circle to the south at Scolty Hill is included within the additional wire lines provided by the applicant. And there was a discussion over this on the first day of the landscape session. My assessment determined a high sensitivity and a high magnitude of change, resulting in a major adverse effect for Scolty Hill. I'd refer you also to Figure 6, which shows the base photograph for Scolty Hill. Now, these visualisations are photography with an overlay of the wire lines produced by the applicant. And we have agreed that these are illustrative only and are not for assessment purposes.
Just explain that to me a little, would you? Just explain that to me a little, would you?
Yeah.
You say that the figures 6 are 2 pages I've got.
So Figure 6 has 3 sheets, A, B and C.
Sorry, 3 sheets.
3 sheets. And they are illustrative and indicative of the experience of going up Scolty Hill. At the point of my assessment, there were no wire lines produced by the applicant. And so I went up Scolty Hill with the Tom's Cairn wire line, which is what is superimposed on the top. This visualisation represents the experience of using the Tom's Cairn wire line to determine what potential effects might be.
If it's said of your evidence that in some way these photographs are not of the requisite standard for the purpose for which you're using them, what do you say to that?
I would say that they are not intended as assessment quality visualisations. They are indicative of methodology and the experience in the field, and they help to illustrate the baseline for Scolty Hill. I do appreciate it may be better without the wire line on top, but I think it's important to be able to see the baseline because the wire lines produced by the applicant do not have a relatable baseline photograph to reference to.
May I take you then to 5.3 and ask you to read from there? No, I'm sorry. May I take you to 5.2 and ask you to read from there, and perhaps just pause after the first sentence and explain the expression visually diminish the hill, if you would.
The development scale and position would visually diminish the hill itself and introduce industrial character into previously balanced and naturalistic vistas. This relates to the introduction of the proposal on Scolty Hill from this viewpoint in particular, but is also the case with other viewpoints. I think it might be useful to also refer to the new wire lines which have been produced, which show the actual proposals on Scolty Hill. So that is in core document 13.20 and it's viewpoint 2. And you can see there that the proposals cover the full top plateau of Scolty Hill and that the turbines appear quite large in comparison to the relief of the hill. The hill within the view at this point forms very much a focus. It is the elevated portion of the view to the north of the hill, towards the Hill of Fare, and it rises above the settled lowland landscape with an element of wildness, but quite a small element when compared to the other views from Scolty Hill. When you look, I'm just looking on figure 6 again, I don't know if you have them all open at once. When you look on sheet B and sheet C, these represent the 360-degree, well, the views which represent 360 degrees in terms of the rear of the hill, the views towards the Cairngorm and the wild experience. The views are relatively undeveloped and there is a small element of wind farm presence. When turning back towards the Bankery area into the Hill of Fare, the experience is of a much more settled landscape. The hill is gentle, but with that small touch of wildness. The introduction of the proposals would interfere with the key view towards the Hill of Fare and would introduce very large industrial scaled elements to the much more populated and lowland portion of that view. The diminishing aspect, which was discussed the other day, is due to the scale of the proposals against the hill. While the hill is undeveloped, its scale appears larger. It is the largest reliefed area, the largest area of hill in the scene. Once the proposals are onto the hill, visually, the eye is drawn to the proposals, and the scale of the hill does not assert as strongly visually onto the scene. And this has the effect of reducing the strength of the visual draw of the hill.
Thank you. You go on in the paragraph we've been looking at to say this will be notable for transport routes which form a dense network, etc. What is this in that sentence?
This is the strength of the proposals and the interference with the key views of the hill and the sense of the diminishing scale of the hill. The views from the roads around the hill itself will have a repeated experience of this element of interference with the scale of the hill and the focus of the hill, and it's a repeated issue in terms of the conflicts between the development and that key focal point as you move around the area.
All right, thank you. Let's leave that point then and move on to 5.3. If you just finish this chapter, please.
The applicant determines widespread and severe effects for all areas of settlement for up to 5 kilometres. These are illustrated in figure 2 with the orange circles. This extends to 6.7 kilometres to the north of the proposed site, which you can see at Cluny and Socken. This represents a 360-degree viewing experience around the base of the hill with major and significant effects. The major effects are recorded for Torfins, Midmar and Bankery, with major moderate effects for Echt and Inchmarlow. Particular impacts are detailed to the Midmar area to the north of the site, with closest residents at 2.9 kilometres and with expectations of shadow flicker, which may exacerbate those effects.
Thank you. Now moving to think about residential visual amenity. That's your chapter 6, I think, in this recognition. We can read 6.1 for ourselves. I'd just like to take you through 6.2 where I think you differ to some extent from Mr. Ferber. Read it first, please.
Yes, my assessment identifies the potential for overbearing effects at 2 of the properties within the residential visual amenity assessment. It may be useful to go to the RVAA at this point. Actually, it's probably, we can have a look at it on the figures of the residential effect, which is my figure 3. So property 13, which is Burnhead Cottage, is to the south of the site. It's one of the small orange circles, and I've identified it as RVA 13, Burnhead Cottage. This property is 1.9 kilometres from the development. This is an existing property with a proposed new build, and it's within an open landscape within the, I would say, the shadow of the hill, within the side of the hill. And the experiences of being within the bottom of the hill and very closely visually connected. The proposals, I think if we can turn to the RVA, the updated RVAA, that's at core document 13.19 and on page 40. You can see on the wireline that the turbines are sited in what appears to be the brow of the hill, very prominently and of a large scale when compared to the actual relief of the hill itself. They will be very prominent, and they will be viewed from one internal view and from the garden of that property as well. I believe that they will have a very significant effect and potentially will be overbearing in terms of the frequency of the experience of viewing the turbines when moving around and accessing the property. The property was reassessed by Mr. Ferber as having major moderate effects from the property, major effects from the curtilage, and major effects from the access. I also query property 17.4 at Craigshannock Farm. This sits to the north of the site. I've actually not got an orange blob on it, which is unfortunate, but it sits at a distance of 1.7 kilometres to the north. This is in the Midmar Castle area. It's on page 54 of the updated RVAA.
Just located on figure 2. Figure 3.
Yes, on figure 3, to the north of the site, I do have an orange blob at Midmar Castle that should be sitting slightly to the southwest, just on the edge of the forest, just above where it says Midmar Forest. And that area has 4 properties: the Lodge, Craigshannock Lodge, Craigshannock Cottages, and Craigshannock Farm. They were originally assessed as a group, and once they were split out, it became apparent that the effects were higher than originally assessed, and I believe reached the threshold at Craigshannock Farm.
Just for completeness, reaching the threshold means what?
Meeting the threshold means that it becomes a point where the property is an unpleasant place to live, and the effects would be seen to be overwhelmingly overbearing and potentially would create an unpleasant living experience.
Thank you.
I think I would just add for these particular properties, I think that, Ma'am, you've visited that area, and my experience was of very significant effects on the access, which is aligned directly towards the turbines. And an experience of being within the setting of the hill, the atmosphere being within the hill setting, and therefore the potential of an experience of living within the turbine development itself, which is what led me to feel that this may be overbearing.
In this chapter, 6.3, you identify 3 other properties which you describe as having the potential for overbearing effects. Let me ask you first, in respect of the first 2, Burnhead and Craigshannock, what's your confidence level about the likelihood, possibility, perhaps is a better word, of overbearing effects?
I would say for Burnhead, I think I've written it as potential, partly because it's not been built yet and it's difficult to completely ascertain, and partly because I feel that it's reaching the point of, whereas Craigshannock Farm, I felt very strongly that this reached the threshold and had a very strong atmosphere of being within the development.
Then that you're, I think it's obvious from your answer, more confident about the potential for overbearing effects at Craigshannock.
Yes, that would be right.
Now, just moving on then, 3 other properties are mentioned in this chapter, 6.3. They're at Cleanley Cottages, Bridgebank Cottage in East Bridgebank, and Coursefield Lodge. And perhaps you could just identify those on figure 3 for the reporter.
Yes, I can. The 1 Clooney Cottages is to the south of the proposal. These are highlighted with a magenta circle. 1 Clooney Cottages sits just outside the first offset, which represents 2 kilometres to the south. Bridgebank Cottage and East Bridgebank sit to the northwest, between the 2 kilometre and 3 kilometre, the magenta circle there. And Coursefield Lodge sits to the north, just to the right of Midmar, just this side of the 3 kilometre offset.
And you describe in each of these paragraphs what you found on your own inspection. Is that correct?
That's correct. I felt that the dispersed dwellings, the dispersed settlement between the 2 kilometre RVAA threshold and the first set of settlements at 3.6 at Midmar were not fully represented within the EIAR, and it may be beyond the scope of the RVAA, as was determined with the council, but a better representation was required. I also felt that there may be potential that these properties could reach the threshold should they be assessed within an RVAA. I selected them to look at what potential effects may be, not to undertake a full RVAA assessment, and to determine whether, I think to fully express the potential adverse effects of those properties.
Right, thank you. I think we can skip paragraph 7 because Ms Anderson kind of went there and we don't need to repeat what she said. I'd like you to move to site selection at 8.2, please, and help me understand your opinion about the way in which the applicants have used Nature Scott guidance for siting the wind farm.
The best practice guidance cited within the EIAR relates wholly to layout and design, and I felt that there were no relevant references to siting and site selection guidance, or references to confirm that this site did in fact adhere to those guidelines.
The choice of site selection, and then there's layout within the site. So what do you tell us that you think the applicants have done or not done in relation to those two pillars, if you like, of pillars of choice for the location of the wind farm?
I appreciate that Mr Ferber detailed that he was not involved in early considerations and that potentially the landscape architect practice itself was not involved in those considerations. The only guidance used is for the design and layout, not for siting.
I think that's clear, thank you. In 8.3, you say in the last phrase, I find that, that's just you speaking, I find that selection of an isolated hill form within a highly populated lowland setting presents a challenging development setting, especially if considering the scope of turbine initially proposed. Why do you use the word challenging? What do you want us to take from that?
The isolated hill form, the challenge, I think one of the key challenges here is its situation within the settled landscape enables views from a 360-degree perspective. The fact that it is an isolated hill form also means that it is a key focal point within many of those views and that it can be seen prominently from a wide area. It doesn't allow topographical screening and it accentuates the development by placing it on top of a prominent landform.
Thank you. At least in your respective conclusions, you and Mr. Ferber differ on the understanding of the use of the word localized. I wonder if I could take you to 8.6, please. Just ask you to read from the beginning. Just read that paragraph to us.
Within paragraph 4.4 and 4.5 of his report, Mr Ferber discusses localised effects. It should be noted that the cases referred to within Mr Bell's reports as representational of consented schemes with significant effects up to 12 kilometres are not comparable to the Hill of Fare. A rural setting with small and dispersed settlement, such as those referenced, produces a much lower level of occurrence of impact upon receptors than highly populated and intricately traversed landscape, such as that encircling the Hill of Fare.
Where does that take us? Where does that take us then in our understanding of the proper application of the word localized?
I think that localised is often referenced as either a geographical factor or potentially numbers of receptors affected. In this case, geographically, we're being told within the report that there are significant effects up to 10 kilometres for landscape and up to, I think it's about 11 for visual effects, which is quite broad. But also, more significantly, the numbers of receptors, the numbers of people, residents, road users and visitors are very large because of the nature of the settled landscape which is placed.
At chapter 9, you set out your conclusions, and just to save time, can I take it that you're content with those conclusions?
I am, yes.
Thank you, I'm much obliged. Ma'am, I have no more questions for the witness at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr Trinick, would you like to cross-examine?
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, Mr. Platt.
Good morning.
What I'm not going to do, sorry, let me preface that. Have you been passed a list of documents to which I might refer in cross-examination?
I haven't, but I have a good range here that I'm.
That's good. I'll give you the numbers, and then there's 112, which is the landscape and visual, the LVIA, 149 and 161, which are two figures, figure 6.4 and figure 6.16, 8.2, which is, I think, the SLA guidance, and 8.3, same sort of things to do with the SLA, 8.5, which is part of the LSS, 13.19, to which you've already been this morning, 13.20, the wirelines. That's probably it, actually. It's not too bad.
Okay, I think I have most of those.
Sure. Okay, fine. I think you were instructed in 2024, is that correct?
I think it was late 23, and
Okay.
I undertook the site visits in 24.
That's right, in January, and we see you made the site visits in good weather conditions, as you record in your report at the time. And I assume you've made a number of subsequent visits,
Yes, that's right.
and you visited how many of the viewpoints?
I don't know the exact number, but I visited most of the significantly determined viewpoints.
So those within 11 kilometres or so, you would have visited all of them?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
You would have visited all of them within about 11 kilometres, is that correct? All
Yes,
of them.
that should be correct.
Sorry?
Yes, that should be correct.
Thanks. And I think you told us this morning which of the houses you visited in the context of the RVAA, so I didn't take you there. And did you visit the settlements in the area so as to interrogate the ZTV and establish where views might actually be obtainable of the proposed development?
I did go round most of the settlements, and I was happy that the determinations were in accordance with what I found.
Okay. We'll come back to that. Going through your figures, on figure 1, first of all, and it's an obvious point, and I'm sure you didn't intend it, but the grey area, of course, you describe it as areas encountering significant adverse effects. But of course, we have to read, in fact, we go to CD 161 immediately. Which is, I'll tell you when I get there. Figure 616, which is the local landscape context to 5 kilometres. That, are you there? Yep. That figure shows quite clearly, obviously, that the Biolandscape ZTV is a very partial story in this local area because of the large amounts of areas which are treed, because of settlements, because of other vegetation. You would agree?
Yes.
Figure 2. I was just intrigued about the size of the orange circles. It was probably a point that goes absolutely nowhere, but why are they different sizes?
The different sizes represent the different sizes of the settlement areas.
Oh, okay.
I
So
think.
size of settlement. We had a debate about it, and Mr. Verbal won. That's what it was about. Go to figure 3. We'll return to this when we discuss, so far as we do discuss RVAA, but I want to ask you just about the uncoloured circles between 2 and 3 kilometres. We know that you visited those which you detail in your recognition and which you name on this figure. Have you visited many of the others which are uncoloured?
I have not visited all of the uncoloured circles. They represent the potential properties and to illustrate the number of properties. I have driven past and looked at quite a number of them to see whether there may be effects, and in doing that selected ones which felt that they may represent the likelihood for higher effects.
All right, but you bring no evidence to the inquiry concerning the uncoloured circles, do you?
No, as I said, it was a representative selection in terms of the potential for effects, but it was not a full RVAA.
Turn to figure 4, area encountering significant adverse effects on key features. Same point, only for the reporter's note, that the grey area is not your representation of where significant effects will universally be felt, but that's the area within which, subject to the ZTV, significant effects may arise. Is that correct?
The applicant determined significant effects upon the Dee Valley SLA up to 7 kilometres, which is detailed in the report.
Yeah.
And additionally, there are significant effects identified for Scolty Hill and Tom's Cairn, which is why I've extended to show that area.
Yeah, but my point is that the grey shading simply represents your idea of the area within which significant effects may arise.
It represents my assessment, but also the assessment of Pegasus and Mr. Ferber in terms of the 7 kilometres and the additional viewpoints of Tom's Cairn and Scolty.
Yeah, but the greater includes the lesser, so this is the area within which you, never mind Mr. Ferber, see significant effects arising. Yep. Well, I think I want to get it clear. I understand that Mr. Ferber determines significant effects out to a certain distance. You agree with that distance, but you add some additional areas like Scolty Hill. So if I said to you that the grey area represents that within which significant effects on the SLA you say arise, that's accurate, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, I do need to turn to your other figures. Figures 5 and 6 and without showing them, the video montages. I'm well aware of the exchange of emails which resulted in a confirmation that these figures were intended to illustrate, quotes, process and on-site conditions, I'm quoting from the email, and they were not used to form judgments on significance. And the formal judgments you have confirmed through Mr. Campbell relies solely on the recognised assessment material provided in the LVIA. That's what's said. So I'm aware of that before I start my questions. Nevertheless, you have produced these figures. You haven't withdrawn them, so they're before the inquiry, and I need to ask you 1 or 2 questions about them. In terms of figure 5, the montages you show in sheet 3, sheet C and sheet D, did you prepare these montages?
No, these were commissioned by the community. They have been prepared with wire lines, but I do not have the wire lines which they relate to, unfortunately. If they did, they would comply to the guidelines. As such, I've included those as indicative also.
Right, okay. Sorry. You've provided, you utilised the wireframe for 2 Cluny cottages in order to make an assessment for 1 Cluny cottages. That's correct.
I used the wireline when on site to determine the likely effects, but also using viewpoint 4, which is in the locality as well.
Oh, I see. Don't tell us that. So I can only describe them as Tipex-like lines that you've drawn on top of the image are intended to represent the landform seen from where?
That's using overlaying the wireline from 2 Cluny cottages onto the base photograph at 1 Cluny cottage.
So you've endorsed with these white lines the landform you saw from 1 Cluny cottages on the baseline of the view from 2 Cluny cottages. Is that right?
Yes, and as I say, it's indicative, and using viewpoint 4 and using the wireline, I could make a judgment of potential effects and the likely effects of this property.
So the images of the turbines, I'm not sure what to describe them as, images of the turbines there represent the view from where exactly? Viewpoint 4?
No, the base photograph is at 1 Cluny cottage.
Yeah.
The wireline is from 2 Cluny cottages.
So the wirelines of the turbines are from 2 Cluny cottages?
Yes.
Right. Okay, all right. But you didn't use this wireline borrowed from another property for the purposes of making your assessment of residential visual impact?
No, so
I'm just wondering what it was for if you didn't use it for that purpose.
I wanted a quick illustration of the potential issues on site when viewing a property nearby. I was reviewing this property against this view, but also then looking at viewpoint 4. And this illustrates the methodology on site and the experience of the base photograph and the site conditions.
All right, well, I'll leave that one there, but move on to sheet B, which worries me rather more. This is the, you used the wireline for property 21, Mid Tillen Hill, which in fact has now been demolished. And we can see what was Mid Tillen Hill in the right of the image, can't we? The building sitting down in the valley. You see that?
Yes, I can see
Yeah.
that.
And you've applied that to other properties which you name 41 and 42 Bridgebank Cottage and East Bridgebank. I think the photograph is taken from the access track to Mid Tillen Hill.
Yes, that's right. So it's south of the cottages that I've referred to. And as you say, the wireline is from further south, which
So the wireline's from?
further south at, as you say, Mid Tillen Hill.
Yeah, but the cottages aren't even at the access point. They're some distance from the access point.
The cottages are further to the north across the road. So
Yeah.
the wireline and the visual represents the experience within this landscape and the potential for views of this nature from further away. But I agree, it is not a fully representative image of those cottages, which is why I've used it as an indicative image.
Well, it's not even indicative, is it? It's you're showing the view from Mid Tillen Hill, aren't you?
I'm showing the wireline from Mid Tillen
Yeah,
Hill
Mid Tillen
and the
Hill.
potential positioning, and I'm showing the base photograph and the landscape of that
Yeah,
area.
so let me get it clear. The wire lines are the image that you would see from Mid Tillen Hill. That's correct.
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah. Whereas the cottages you are discussing, Bridgebank are some distance away. So that's not the image you would see from Bridgebank cottages, is it?
It's the view that you would see, but I agree the scale and the positioning of the turbines is likely to be different.
Yeah, so the
And I've
report...
included these...
Sorry, go on.
sorry. I've included them to...
Forgive me interrupting. Would you mind turning your microphone off between questions?
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to reiterate that the inclusion of these properties was representative of the likelihood of high levels of effects from the area which I didn't feel was fully represented within the assessment. It's not provided as an RVAA, and the images are indicative and illustrate the wire lines which I used from the applicant's LVIA when out on site to make those judgments.
I understand what you've done, but I'm not sure of the point of it. These images could not possibly be used to inform an RVAA from Bridgebank cottages, could they?
No, and I don't suggest that they should be.
Well, to be fair, you don't tell us otherwise. This is why I'm cross-examining you. If you turn to sheet C, there are a number of points here to draw to the reporter's attention. You see, I don't know what use the reporter will make of these images. You say they're illustrative, and nevertheless they're before the inquiry, so forgive me for going through them. You see, we've looked at these images fairly carefully, and we can see that in the middle of the view there are two small operational turbines. You see those?
Yes, I do.
And they're light in colour. So my first suggestion is that I think that the proposed turbines have been darkened relative to lighting conditions. They're not as you would see them in those lighting conditions. Do you agree?
I think that they do look darker than those turbines, and it may be that they are darker than they could be, but it's difficult to say when the lighting conditions change what they would look like.
Did you construct this image?
No, I didn't construct this image.
Oh, right. So I appreciate there's a limited extent to which you can answer my questions, but my suggestion is that the turbines have been darkened in this image relative to the lighting conditions in comparison with the operational turbines in the view. And of course, this image has also been used for the video montage, hasn't it?
Yes, that's the
Right.
case.
So we need to bear that in mind. Also suggests that the landscape in the image, the foreground, not the foreground, it's the garden, but the middle ground and the distant ground have themselves been darkened. The garden appears unnaturally bright in comparison with that landscape.
It's difficult for me to comment on that, but I think that it has been enhanced as much as possible, but I don't think that you would say that it renders the image unusable.
Okay, I've got your answer. I'm aware you didn't prepare this image. But what does interest me, and we needn't go to the videos, but I'm going to make some points about the videos that you can come back on if you want to. I don't want to take too much time, is the point. That the sky colour we see in this photograph has been considerably darkened for some reason in the videos. A scene from Mordor, it really is. It's the underworld. It's extraordinary. Have you noted that yourself?
I think that the videos are, for me, it was helpful just as an
No, could you answer my question? Did you notice that?
I didn't notice that particularly. What I was focusing on was the reminder of the moving nature of the turbines rather than the image quality itself.
Thank you. Going on to sheet D, we have no complaints. I just record about this one. It's an image prepared by Hofwig. It seems accurate to us, so I'll leave that there. Going on to sheet 6.
Does that mean there are no questions in relation to sheet D?
Going on to sheet 6, figure 6 rather, I'm only interested in sheet A, the images of the turbines. I think I've got to the bottom of it, but it took some time. What you appear to have done is to transfer a wire line from viewpoint 14 to Scolty Hill. never mind what else you've done in the image, that image is what you would see from Tom's cairn, viewpoint 14, isn't it?
The wire line, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. And the white, again, I can only describe as a Tipex line, transfers the Tom's Cairn landform to Scolty Hill. Is that right?
Yes, so the idea is to have a rough judgment of the likely impact. And as I say, at the time of going up Scolty Hill, there weren't any wire lines produced by the applicant for Scolty Hill. And so I took with me the nearest available one, which was Tom's Cairn.
Well, it's an extraordinary piece of work. We have to note that Tom's Cairn is 9.8 kilometres from the turbines, while Scolty Hill is 7.8. So in fact, although it's a point to take against us, the size of the turbines seen in the wireline are completely wrong, given the distance. Do you accept that?
I think that I was confident enough of how they may look. And then when you compare the wireline, which has been produced for Scolty Hill, it does confirm the scale and the presence of the turbines in terms of their lateral extent and the potential vertical extent as well.
I'm sorry if I sound a little impatient, but you are a professional witness, and you haven't really told the reporter to beware of the things I'm drawing to your attention now in cross-examination. You've left her to find out for herself. The reporter needs to be very aware, does she not, that when she sees this image, which it purports to be from Scolty Hill, it's not at all. It's the image from a viewpoint 2 kilometres away at Tom's Cairn. That's right, isn't it?
It is an image from Scolty Hill in terms of the baseline photograph.
No, I'm talking about the wireline.
But the wireline is from Tom's Cairn, and
Yeah.
it does state on the drawing, it does say indicative, and it does state that it is utilisation of Tom's Cairn wireline quite clearly.
Yeah, I know what it says, but you produce visual material for a purpose in evidence, and that's why I'm examining that purpose. Indeed, if we go to the additional wirelines at 1320, and we go to viewpoint 2 within 1320, just for the reporter's benefit, you can compare what you see from Scolty Hill with what you show as from Tom's Cairn in your figure 6 sheet A, and we can see the very obvious differences, can't we?
I would disagree. I think that it shows quite clearly that the turbines cover the full extent of the hill, in fact, wider than I have depicted them, and that they relate to the landform in a similar way in terms of the bottom of the hill, the relief, compared to the turbine size.
Well, I'm not going to each turbine, but I'll leave it to the reporter. But the turbines are in different places. You've got 2 stacked turbines shown as 6 and 7 on Scolty Hill. There are 5 to the left of that, and Tom's Cairn, there are 4 to the left. There may seem small differences, but my suggestion is accuracy is rather important when you're presenting professional evidence, whether illustrative or not. That is not accurate, is it?
As I've said, it's indicative, and I explained during my evidence in chief how I'd come to those conclusions and drew the reporter's attention to the additional wirelines.
Okay, I'll go on to the video montages on figure 7 and 8. I'm not going to ask you to look at them, but I'm going to put some points to you and invite you to look at those points, and quite happy that you come back to the reporter with your answers. You'll be beyond cross-examination or whatever answers you give before the end of today, if that's satisfactory. But going to the video montages now is going to take too much time, and we need to get on to the policy evidence at some stage, so we'll do it that way. Can you please find out if the turbines in all the images, and someone will make a note of this for you, of the questions, because I appreciate you listening to me, have been artificially darkened relative to light conditions? That's my first question. My second question is that the photography and the videos, in comparison with figure 5 sheet C, which is at 53.5, is a planar image at 53.5 degrees, has been cropped and zoomed in. That's the second question. The third question is the 27-degree angle mentioned in the title of the file, the vertical or the horizontal degree extent of the image? That's another question. And finally, do you, when you look at it, would you agree that the colour balance of the background landscape has been substantially adjusted? My Mordor point. Don't expect an answer now. No reason why you should know, because it wasn't done by you. But I would like an answer to those questions. Okay? Going now, leaving figures to one side, to the LVIA, sorry, in your evidence. Just clarifying one point, there's no section in your evidence on cumulative effects. Am I correct that this is because there are no cumulative issues in play as between the applicant and Hofwig?
Yes, that's correct.
Paragraph 3.2 of your inquiry report, it's just a note for the reporter. You quote there from, on page 4, guidance and capacity and guidance for tall turbines. Am I right, that's an Ironside-Farrer document prepared for the Council of South Lanark?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, that's fine. 3.3 on page 4. I'd like you to get out document, I hate this numbering, 001.057, if you would, which is figure 612. Now, this is the landscape character figure, landscape character types within 35 kilometres with viewpoints.
Sorry, I've just got to find that one.
I'm just telling you what the document is. I haven't asked a question yet.
I know, but she gets it.
Yes, I'm helping her get it. It's figure 612, landscape character types within 35 kilometres with viewpoints, making sure we get the right document. Are you there?
I'm just downloading it now.
Oh, that's all right. That's fine.
Okay, I have that.
Thanks very much. You tell us in 3.3, second sentence, the hill forms a distinctive upland feature, forming a focus in views and perceptions of connection to further reaching and wild landscapes to the west. And then you quote Grampian outliers, LCT 22.1, form the backdrop to many sensitive LCAs and are the foreground to the Cairngorm Massif and National Park. And you quote correctly from the SLCA 2014, which is document 008.015. Looking at figure 612, we can see, can't we, that LCT 22.1, as it used to be, not only occurs at Hill of Fare, but it occurs right out to the west, notably on the boundary of the national park. You can see that, and also further south, not on the boundary, but closer than Hill of Fare, a Grampian outlier unit. Yep.
Yes, I can see that.
My suggestion is that when the SLCA uses the language foreground to the Cairngorm Massif and the National Park, it refers much more to those units which are close to the park than to the Hill of Fair unit, which is at 16.9 kilometres from the boundary of the park.
I don't know if that's entirely correct. I think that the entire landscape unit has that function, especially when viewed from further to the east. There are a number of viewpoints, I'd say viewpoints 20 in particular, viewpoint 21, where the hill really draws into the foreground the wilder landscapes beyond and becomes the link to those further reaching wilder landscapes.
We can agree to disagree on the evidence, but have your view. Thank you very much. We can also agree, can't we? We could look at the Nature Scott response 003.023 and at Cairngorm National Park 003.006, but there are no objections from Nature Scott. Indeed, to be fair to you, they didn't even assess landscape and visual effects, did they? They simply said no national interest arises and left it at that.
I think the fact that there's no national interest doesn't mean that there are no significant adverse effects.
If Nature Scott had felt there were significant adverse effects on the special qualities of the national park, do you really think they would have simply said, left it at that?
I'm not sure that I understand. I wasn't referring to impacts upon the national park within this statement.
Well, forgive me, but you are, because in 3.3 you are drawing attention to the fact that in your view, with which we disagree and we've discussed that this unit of LCT 22.1 can be seen as a foreground to the Cairngorm Massif, perceptions of connections to further reaching and wilder landscapes. You are contending an effect on the national park. Or are you not? Have I misread your evidence?
Yes, I think the connection to the national park is actually a characteristic of the landscape unit, which I'm referring to, which has effects and erosion of qualities rather than effects on the park itself.
All right, that's very fair. So there's nothing between us in relation to impacts on the park.
No, I'm not suggesting impacts on the park. I'm suggesting impacts on the experience of people accessing the park, but not on the park itself.
We could take that point quickly and out of order, which is usually fatal, but I'll do it for once. That in terms of your assessment of impacts on roads, a road you don't call into account is the A93, which leads to Ballater and to the park. You don't contend any significant adverse effects on the A93, do you?
No, I don't.
Turning to the SLA, looking at time, ma'am, because I know you're very interested in time today. We are going reasonably quickly. I think that another half an hour may see us through. If that helps.
Through Ms. Platt or through the other two witnesses? Through your
No, through my
cross-examination?
cross-examination.
Yes, right. Get you
Ms.
over
Platt.
excited.
Yeah. I can't tell about the others. No idea. Right.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Thank you.
If you
Let's look at CD, called document 008.003, because that is the supplementary guidance on SLAs. And it both introduces them and gives them their policy context. So if we turn to internal page 4, which actually may be the PDF page as well, we can see under the heading of supplementary planning policies the purpose of the document. I'm not going to read it through. This is for the reporter's note. if we go actually to CD 85, and my apologies, I'm darting around, but there's a reason. CD 8, is it 85 or 86?
85.
Yeah, it is 85. 85 to internal page 62. We can see the statement of importance of the Dee Valley SLA, can't we? You've got that?
I'm just getting there. 62.
That's all right.
Sorry, just check I'm on the right one. 85.
Page 62. I'm doubting myself now. Is it 85 or 86? It is 85, yeah.
I only seem to have 27 pages in my...
First page is numbered internally 62,
Yeah,
but it's actually electronic page 1.
I see. Okay,
I have it now.
Don't ask me why.
another puzzle. That's fine. You have it anyway, thank you. We see the designation statement below the photograph. The Dee is one of Aberdeen's major rivers, and the Dee Valley has a strong sense of place, comprises an intact farmland landscape with wooded sides rising to moorland hills. The mouth rises to the south, Grampian outliers to the north, and so it goes on. The reporter would have read that text already. Go back to your inquiry report, please. At 4.1, it's on page 5. Where you say halfway down the paragraph, the following key features as detailed within the designation statement are found to encounter adverse and significant effects. Now let's go, keep that page open if you would, assuming you've got a hard copy. Do you have a hard copy, your report? Oh, okay. Of course. No, don't worry, fine. I want to compare that with CD 85. We turn over to page 63. And it says the following, third paragraph, the following aspects and features of this landscape are considered worthy of recognition or designation. So those are what I would call the SQs, the special qualities of the SLA, correct?
Yes, I included...
Step by step. Are those the special qualities of the SLA?
They are
Thank
parts
you.
of the special qualities, I would say.
Yeah. Now we go then... So page 63 is part of the statement of importance. The bullets are the special qualities, the reasons that the area is thought worthy of recognition by designation.
Sorry, I said they are part of the special qualities, to be clear.
Well, we'll come to that, and I know you know where I'm going. And if we go to your paragraphs, which follow 4.1, if we go to 4.5, that equates to the sixth bullet point, doesn't it? The granite architecture of Deeside settlements, yeah?
In 4.3, are we talking?
Sorry? Yeah, sorry. Your paragraph 4.5, the shaded text equates to the sixth bullet point on page 63, doesn't it? The granite architecture of Deeside settlements.
Ah, yes, sorry.
All right?
Yes.
And if we then go to 4.6 in your report, Deeside is representative, the grey text, that equates to the 7th bullet point, the next one, in other words, D-side is representative. You see that?
Yes, I can see that.
Bear with me. And if we go to your paragraph 4.4, broad meandering river, that equates to the first bullet point on page 63, doesn't it?
Yes.
But we also have two other paragraphs. We have 4.2, strong sense of place, and we have 4.3, many opportunities for recreation, which do not appear in the bullet points. Am I correct?
That's right. They're not in the bullet points, but they are part of the designation statement.
And I'm afraid I have to suggest to you that there may be within the designation statement, but the phrase, the following aspects and features are considered worthy of recognition. Those describe the special qualities. Those are the special qualities of the SLA.
The designation statement is intended to be used to assess against special qualities. I've included those because they appear quite strongly and because I felt they were very pertinent to the area and therefore assessed against them.
I recall for the reporter that we fundamentally disagree on that point, that in fact special qualities are as listed in the bullet points, but I've taken that, I've heard what you've said, we disagree, I'll move on. And of the various other bullet points on page 63, we can just note that the rest, for good reasons no doubt, receive no attention. But I am going to go through the bullets in order, sorry, your paragraphs in order, just to look at what you say. So in 4.2, I want you to have to hand your figure 4. Lost. Your figure 4. And also another document, which is 001056, which is figure 6 at 11. Which is headed landscape designations to 20 kilometres with blade tip, ZTV and viewpoints. Have you got that?
Yes, I do.
Thanks very much. Now we can note, obviously, first of all, that the ZTV shown in figure 611 is a bare landscape ZTV. That's not going to be between us. So with that ZTV in front of you, and looking at your paragraph 4.2, I'm not sure on what basis you say there are, second sentence, there are numerous views to the development when moving through the valley landscape north and west of Bankery area of the SLA. Can you take the reporter to specific areas of visibility in that area north and west of Bankery for her site visit?
I think that which reporter you may have visited, Ma'am, viewpoint 17 and viewpoints 22, and when moving along the, sorry, I have to get my road names, along the A
980.
988, yes,
yeah,
thank you.
Yeah.
They're coming out of Bankery to the north, and viewpoint 4 as well.
I just challenge your phrase, numerous views. I mean, there are 2 viewpoints there, but they're very limited areas of visibility along that road, my suggestion is, because of trees, vegetation.
Well, the applicant, Pegasus have assessed significant adverse effects for quite an amount of the road. I've illustrated it in figure 2. It's a blue line which runs out of Bankery up towards viewpoint 4. This is on the A985, all the way to Torfins, and then for a section below on the B993 as well.
Yes, but that's only where views are actually available, not the whole of the length of the road. You understand that?
Yes, I understand that there may be intermittent views
Yeah.
along that section.
Well, that's my suggestion. They're extremely intermittent. But I'll leave it to the reporter. We can't resolve this in the room.
Well, I'm sorry, but that's not a question.
No, it's not. It's not.
Well, there's a difference between intermittent and extremely intermittent, and if you're putting a question about the latter phrase, then please put it, but don't make a statement.
We can agree, can't we, that the views are extremely intermittent along that road. Actual views available.
I would say that they are intermittent, but they are recorded as significant, and they do appear quite frequently, if intermittently.
I am going to record here as a comment that we disagree on that point. But we're talking here about the SLA. So in these views, do you also see and appreciate the River Dee and its wooded banks at the same time that you would see the turbines if they were there? My suggestion is you don't.
No, I think that my assessment doesn't suggest that the River Dee is in fact affected, but it's the setting, the wider setting, which this quality refers to, which I have identified as having significant effects.
I just have one final point on 4.2, second last line on page 5. Where is it? Hang on, where's the page? Yeah, so it's not, this is the 5th last line. The introduction of proposed development will unbalance views towards the hill. I'm not going to cross-examine you on that. Creating a dominant element on the skyline, a large industrial presence. I was interested to see you as a professional landscape architect use that phrase. Do you regard wind turbines as an industrial presence?
I think that they add an element of industry.
Sorry,
they add an element of industry into the area, especially an area with small-scale patterning, such as this one, and a lot of residential development.
I'm simply interested that you are a professional landscape architect to some experience, that you would use that phrase when discussing the impacts in landscape and visual terms of wind turbines, industrial features. That's how you regard these features?
I think I felt that it was appropriate here because of the juxtaposition against the domestic setting and the pastoral setting. And that the industrial presence is part of that juxtaposition.
All right. 4.2, so I think we can move on to 4.3. 4.3, this is about many opportunities for recreation. Again, we say it's not a special quality, you do, that's fine. But you talk about the, and I'll mispronounce this and I'll get more laughs, I'm sure, views from the Falls of Fuke. Is it Fuke? Is that right? Oh, got it right. I said there are no views from the falls, are there, of Hill of Fare?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
There are no views from the falls of the Hill of Fare.
No.
Thank you. In terms of Scolty Hill, which you mentioned, we've done that to death, but just one point, in terms of the walk to the top of the hill, I think I'm correct that because of woodland, the views of the proposed turbines are only available as you reach the plateau top. Is that correct?
Yes, you travel through the woodland as you go up Scolty Hill, and then it becomes clearer towards the top, and then the views open up towards the Hill of Fare and to the surrounding landscape.
Ma'am, have you been to Scolty Hill yet? You have. For broad meandering river. My suggestion is that there are absolutely no views from within the SLA that show visibility of the wooded banks of the river and Hill of Fare and the proposed turbines.
Yes, I think I'm clear, well, maybe I'm not clear enough that there aren't views from the river and the experience of the river itself won't be affected. This relates to the hillsides to the side of the river, Scolty Hill being one, Tom's Cairn being another, and the hillsides to the north, which create the setting of the river.
Okay. Go to 4.5, that is a special quality. Talking about Bankery, you talk about the grey and pink granite stone forming a distinctive vernacular within the towns and villages of the area. What's the relevance of that to the evidence that you give?
I've included it because the local village landscape, the local vernacular of the village landscape is strong, and I felt that the introduction of the turbines would sit quite strongly against that, and that the vernacular is relevant in terms of the atmosphere and the sense of place of the area to the north of Bankery within the SLA area.
My suggestion is, based on Mr. Ferber's evidence, that you'll only actually obtain views of the Hill of Fare from on the northern side of Bankery, and in the context of modern rendered wall housing, nothing to do with the pink granite in the centre of the town.
I think that when you travel through Bankery to the north area, you are passing quite a few properties as you move from Bankery and into the further villages, which create that feeling and create that vernacular quite strongly. I agree that the northern areas have a good degree of modern development, and it may not be that it impacts on the interior of Bankery, but I was drawing conclusions from the atmosphere and the character of the villages which connect very strongly to the Bankery area.
If we go to, still on 845, so the granite architecture, we go to document 008-002, and within that to internal page, wow, 1106. Yeah, it's 008-002. (1106) internal page. Thank you. Are you there?
I
Mr.
haven't.
Campbell. You're there. You say on the fifth line, noted within the management recommendations is the need to respect vernacular heritage and sense of place. So it's a development of the point you make earlier about the pink granite. Looking at the bullet points, the management recommendations, we go to the sixth, the granite architecture of deeside settlements, and you quoted it down as far as the end of the first, not even the end of the first sentence, as well as smaller villages, but you've omitted what comes later, and this characteristic needs to be protected. Development within smaller villages should ensure that design respects the vernacular heritage and sense of place they provide. Your selective quotation has rather missed the point. This advice is totally about new building development, isn't it?
I would agree that it does relate much more to building development, but I included it because I felt that it was relevant in this situation. But I will take the point that it's more strongly aligned to building development.
Paragraph 4(6). Deeside is representative, etc. And you go back again to the management recommendations in 8.2, which we've just been to. Hold on just a moment. Again, you quoted only part of what it says in 8.2, haven't you, down to the words National Park. It's important that development and management proposals reflect the identity and sense of place associated with the River Dee, particularly at the western end, and increasingly glimpses to the higher hills marking the approach to the park. Again, this is really about, as is the whole of this document, it's about normal building development. It's not particularly relevant to what we're talking about today, is it?
I wouldn't agree entirely with that. I think that the statement is relevant to general development. It says it is particularly at its western end. It doesn't say only at its western end. And it reinforces the sense of identity and the popular tourist destination. I felt that it was relevant to this proposal.
Nevertheless, we can note that it does refer particularly at the western end because of the increasing glimpses to the higher hills marking the approach to the park. And we are nowhere near the eastern end of the SLA, which extends well beyond the grey area you've shown on figure 4. So outside an area where any significant effects are contended. Is that correct?
The area with significant effects does form part of the approaches to the national park and key links to it.
Not my question. If you look at the SLA map, which is actually you can see in its totality in the inset on figure 4, the western end of the SLA extends some distance beyond the greyed area within which you see significant effects. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, so the SLA itself continues, and as we've discussed, there will be particular effects towards the western end, but that doesn't negate effects in the wider SLA.
Sorry. We're into the management recommendations again. Again, I'm afraid I have to say your selective quotation misses the point of the advice. If you go to the management recommendation 8.2, you quoted the end of the sentence ending in, not even the end of the sentence, floor of the valley, but it continues, doesn't it, in the management recommendation. And development should be carefully sited, designed and landscaped to integrate within the wider valley landscape. Development proposed and surrounding upland area should be assessed to minimise the visual impact on the SLA, including views and vistas along the valley. While I'm sure you'll draw attention to that last sentence, the advice I suggest is very much, as all these recommendations are, geared to building development in the area.
I think that they relate to building development, but they also relate to large-scale developments of other natures. I think that this one in particular emphasises the land use patterns and settlement, which is entirely relevant, especially when you're looking at a highly populated, settled landscape, and the need for sensitivity and to avoid highly impactful areas such as the upland slopes and views and vistas. I think that it relates to the sensitivities which we've discussed within this landscape session.
We can agree to differ on the purpose of the management recommendations, and just record that for the reporter. 413, I'll just note we're clearly a pass on that one, and we've already discussed Scolty Hill. Turning to visual effects, so I've dealt with the SLA now, just turning to visual effects. In your precognition, please, at paragraph 5.3 on page 3, you say the applicant determines widespread and severe effects for all areas of settlement for up to 5 kilometres. Maybe a cheap point, but the applicant doesn't use the term severe effects, does it?
No.
That's your word, your description. No, and the applicant does not, I suggest, determine significant effects for, or whatever they are, widespread effects for all areas of settlement. The effects may be significant for some parts of the settlement, as described by Mr. Ferber and as described in the LVIA, but that's a much more limited finding than the one you represent in that sentence.
Yes, I mean in that sentence that all areas of settlement assessed within the 5 kilometre area were determined to be significant.
So you're saying all areas of settlements would experience significant effects? Am I misreading it?
My understanding was that all the areas of settlement which were assessed within 5 kilometres were determined to be encountering significant adverse effects.
We may be not understanding each other here. Put the point another way. Are you claiming that every area of every settlement within 5 kilometres would be subject to significant effects?
No, I'm not, and I agree with Mr. Ferber that there would be limitations, but that there are quite extensive areas of settlement affected nonetheless.
All right. Just a final, the reason I'm not asking you lots of questions about visual effects and not much about landscape effects is not to belittle your evidence, it's because I've asked Carol Anderson the questions that I want to, and I'm not going to repeat them with you, so it's not disrespect. In terms of residential amenity, very difficult to cross-examine because it's so, you have to go there and not get far in this room. If you go to your inquiry report, please, at paragraph 2.2. You talk there about the limited scope of the RVAA. 2 kilometres should be 3. And I think you also, hold on a minute, let's get this right. 2, 4. You refer somewhere to the 3 kilometre distance. Well, there has been reference to the 3 kilometre distance used elsewhere for Fetteresso. Let me just find that reference a moment. Where is she mentioned Fetteresso? Sorry. Was it in the... I want to find it. Yes, it is. In 2.4, I got the reference right in the first place. You refer to Fetteresso and Rothos 3, which took a 3-kilometre study area. But the thing is that both those projects got consent and no overbearing effects were found for either project. So actually, the merits of a 3-kilometre study area have not really been tested, have they?
I think that the study area should be determined based on each site-specific condition. My intention with including those studies was to simply state that it is not unknown for a 3-kilometre area to be looked at.
Have you seen any decisions within which the RVAA threshold has been met at a distance beyond 2 kilometres?
No, I haven't.
Ms. Platt, thank you very much for your answers. It was a brief outing, but thank you.
Thank you.
I've just got a couple of questions. Sorry, I was just trying to make sense of them. You talked about Burnhead Cottage in Craigshannock Farm. Excuse me. On Craigshannock Farm, if I wanted to go to that location and consider myself potential for the RVAA threshold to be breached, where at that property would I need to be?
You can stand directly in front of the property. It has a main aspect to, let me just check, to the south-east. I would suggest going directly up to the property. You can access by car to the property itself, and to take note of the experience of the access as you drive up, and then the views from the garden and the windows itself.
Okay, and on Burnhead Cottage, you mentioned it at 6.2. Part of your assessment there is based on, you say the proposals will appear out of scale against the form of the cottage when viewed from the garden. So are you particularly concerned about the view from the part of the garden that is downhill from the cottage? Because I think that the garden there, there's a part of it's quite a part of it's uphill.
Yes, yes. So it will be positioning between the cottage, obviously bearing in mind that this is a new build proposal extension on that cottage, but to position between with the cottage between yourself and the hill so that you're looking over the cottage. But there are some small windows which would face towards the hill affair to be taken into account. But I did feel that the views from the garden and the access would be the most significant in that situation.
Thank you. And I just wanted to clarify something that Mr. Trinick was talking to you about. So when you were talking about your visualizations where there's a wire line from one location juxtaposed onto another, as a bit of a proxy, you talked about, you felt, as a landscape practitioner, you felt confident enough that they'd give you a sense of how those views would look there. Would I have, do you think, would you suggest I could have the same level of confidence without being a landscape practitioner?
It's difficult. The wire lines are not always easy to interpret. I think if there is a visualization from somewhere nearby, then that's always easier to interpret, if possible, to use that, because it helps to reveal the sense of scale against the landform. It's not unusual for an interpretation of a view to be taken. For many of the settlements, assessment has been undertaken without visualisations. But I think if you can use the wire lines and any adjacent viewpoint, that will probably be the best approach.
I think I made sense of my other question. I wasn't sure of. You talked about how driving around or past Hill of Fair, drivers would get repeated instances of getting the effect of the turbines and the hill in relief, and the contrast between the two. So are you suggesting there that as well as that potentially being an effect from some specific viewpoints, is the experience of coming in and out of that, so seeing that at a viewpoint, driving past, seeing it somewhere else, is that an additional effect over and above the individual viewpoint effect?
Yeah, so they have been assessed as effects on roads and the linear receptors, roads, core paths, cycle routes, and I've illustrated the extent of those on figure 2, and you can see the lines. As Mr. Trinick said, some of that will be intermittent, so some of those lines wouldn't be a continual line, but they represent where you would be coming in and out of those views, and that presents a sequential adverse effect.
Okay, thank you. That's my only questions. Do you want to re-examine Mr. Campbell?
Yes, ma'am, thank you. My learned friend, Mr. Trinick, somewhat bridled at the use of the word industrial in your inquiry report. I wasn't quite sure why he did that, but you refer to it in 4.2, and the sentence is the introduction of the proposed development will unbalance views to hill, creating a dominant element on the skyline and a large industrial presence. Are you happy as a landscape professional to use that descriptive term?
It's a term that I do use in my assessments because I feel that some types of development may have connotations of industry in certain settings, and that in this case it does have that influence because it is being placed in such a populated area.
I mean, it's not a field of wheat, is it? It's machinery.
Yes.
Thank you. Just going back to this section where you were taken through your illustrative visualizations. In retrospect, are you happy with the way in which you've described the photography, particularly in figures 5 and 6, as indicative? Or do you consider that perhaps with hindsight it might have been done differently?
I'm happy that I described as indicative, but I think what would have been useful would be to present the base photograph separately and to produce the wireline separately to be very clear that that's the procedure and that was the methodology, rather than putting them together, which I did for ease of viewing, but I appreciate that it may be construed as representing a fully compliant visualization.
If you turn to figure 4, which is the figure with the large grey area shaded between the SLA boundary. See that?
Yes, I can see that.
Yeah. Just help me again to understand. It may be my fault for not taking a proper note, but just help me again to understand what you intend by this grey shading. The legend says area encountering significant adverse effects upon key features. I don't want to lead you with a question, but can you just explain, is that all over the area or only at selected points within the area or from viewpoints? How are we supposed to understand it?
So the grey shading represents the extend to the geographical area where significant effects upon the key qualities of the SLA would be found. And so it's not a blanket, but it's the areas where I felt that those qualities would be affected significantly.
You intend the reader or the viewer to understand that that is throughout the grey area or only at selected points?
It's more, I would say it's throughout the area, but as I say, it's not a continuum, and there are selected points where it's felt more strongly, but it affects that area as a whole, which is why I've illustrated it in grey.
Thank you, I'm much obliged. Thank you, ma'am. I have no more questions.
Okay, thank you very much for your evidence. We're going to take lunch break now for an hour through till 1:40, and then we'll come back and hear from Mr. Wells, Mr. Rogerson, and then we'll move into the policy hearing session soon after that. So back at 1:40, please.
I wonder if you could indicate, are you minded to sit later to try and finish policy today, or do you want to break at your normal time?
I'll think about that over lunch and we can talk about that when we come back. I'm going to ask Mr. Wells and Mr. Rogerson about the time they need, and then that will help.
Thank you very much.
Okay. First from Mr. George Rogerson.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I haven't got a lot to add from what I said last night. I will make a few more comments, but one of the things I was going to say last night, it was a good turnout. And in fact, there were some family members who were coming down to watch what was going on, and 6:30 and they couldn't get in. And then neighbours this morning just happened to mention when I was coming out the house that they had actually been watching it on the internet. So some people are doing it, you know. I'm a member of a walking group that's been established in Banchory for, I don't know, something 18 years. I've been a member for 15 years. And we go out every week, come rain or shine, 52 weeks a year, or somebody from the group going out 52 weeks a year, on D-side and Donside and Angus Glens and the like. And, you know, we've got something like, I think 84 or 85 different walks in our itinerary, if that's the way to describe it. Some of these walks we've done once and wouldn't repeat, because others we've done many times, you know. There's 5 walks that we undertake that involve the Hill of Fare. Some of them walking from Banchory, and as I said last night, also there's a very pleasant walk across the hill from the Torfens Road through to the Echt Road. And amazingly, within all these walks, if you do it in the opposite direction, it's a completely different walk. So however, we also, there's another 30, maybe slightly more than that, walks where if we get to our destination on the top of a hill or whatever we're doing, you know, we can see the Hill of Fare. In fact, we look for the Hill of Fare. You know, it's a place that we look to identify, along with other hills round about, but it's the Hill of Fare is there. So it means quite a bit to us. And I think, in some ways, the consultants are maybe underestimating the importance of the Hill of Fare to the locals. We live with it every day, see it practically every day. Drive up the Raymoyer Road, that's my favourite view at the car, was just looking straight at it, you know, and we see there. And it just horrifies me to think there might be some windmills on there in the future. In fact, such that, you know, I often say there should be no more reason for putting windmills on the top of the Hill of Fare than you would put them in Arthur's Seat or Berwick Law or some other prominent point in the future in the other locality. You know? And really, that's all I've got to say.
Thank you very much. Does Mr Trinick have any questions?
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. I've just got two questions. So I've been to Meikle Tap, but I haven't been on the other two Hill of Fare walks that I think are on Walk Highland, which was shown last night on Ms Bick's, during Ms Bick's presentation last night. And my question's just, in your recognition, you say the views from the southern edge of the summit are exceptional, with the sea to the east, Loch Nagar to the west. So for me to see that view, would I need to be somewhere other than on Meikle Tap? Is that Hill of Fare itself?
You'd have to go to the top. You could certainly go up there by 4x4.
Via where, sorry?
You could certainly get there by 4x4. Sorry, sorry.
I don't mind walking.
But it's a good walk. It's up, you know, quite a stiff climb up there, but you could certainly do it. But it is an exceptional view.
And my only other question is, you talk about a favourite view when returning home from Aberdeen via West Hill, driving past Carney and Carnegie. And I just wanted to confirm that's the view west when you drive past the Carney roundabout out of town.
Yes, that's been mentioned by several others. It's the B9119. It's a route I would take, along with many others, when commuting home from Aberdeen to Bankery.
Thank you very much. Those are my only questions. Thank you very much for sitting through the 2 and a bit days. Mr Wells, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, ma'am, and good afternoon. When I first learned that there was going to be, there was a proposal for a wind farm on the Hill of Fare, I was surprised because it's a prominent hill in this part of the world. And when I first looked at the documentation, specifically Chapter 6 of the EIA report, I was astonished to find that there were no visual impacts suggested beyond 10 kilometres from the site. And I have to say, as a frequent visitor to the hills, that struck me as implausible. So I started to look more carefully at the documentation, and I think that the conclusions that RES have reached about visual impact are not actually supported by the documents that they've used. And so my report comments on these documents. I don't want to take up a great deal of the inquiry's time, but I would just like to comment briefly on what seem to me some documentary shortcomings. So let me just reiterate, section 6.10.10 of the report says that there would be significant visual effects at 16 of the 22 representative viewpoints during daylight hours, and at 11 of them during the hours of darkness. And the most distant of the viewpoints said to be significantly affected is viewpoint 14, Tom's Cairn, at 9.75 kilometres. So the conclusion is that there would be no significant landscape or visual effects beyond 10 kilometres from the site. And from the hill walkers' perspective, I think this conclusion needs to be examined and contested, not least in the light of the ZTV diagrams produced by RES. Now, there's been quite a lot of discussion about the fact that ZTV diagrams are bare earth representations, so they don't allow for vegetation or buildings.
But views from hilltops very closely approximate those bare earth conditions. So I think it's reasonable on the whole to suppose that theoretical and actual visibility will tend to coincide. So, for example, the northwest quadrant ZTV figure 619, which is document 001.064, shows well beyond the study area that Corriehabby Hill at 47 kilometres and Carn Ilaset at 45 kilometres, among others, have theoretical visibility of 13 to 16 turbines, as do numerous hilltops which are actually within the study area. Likewise, or similarly, the southwest quadrant ZTV figure 620, which is document 001.065, shows that Lochnagar at 45 kilometres and Driesch at 49 kilometres, among others, have theoretical visibility of 13 to 16 turbines. And it strikes me as stretching credibility to suppose that theoretical visibility at such distances exists without significant effects at more than 10 kilometres. I think, in fact, it's reasonable to suggest that there'll be significant visual effects at distances probably in excess of 30 kilometres. That's to say, 3 times the limit suggested by RES. If I can comment briefly on section 2 of my report, I was puzzled to find that the landscape character types used in the reports from RES do not refer just to LCT 28, which is the outlying hills and ridges from the 2019 Nature Scott categorization, but they rely on the now superseded characterization of the areas LCT 22 Grampian outliers. I don't understand why that was done. It seems to me to make it much more difficult to understand that the 8 component areas of LCT 28 form an integral set, and the summits have strong intervisibility among them. So, and among the key characteristics of LCT 28, which are important for people like me visiting the hills, are, and I quote, this is from the Nature Scott description, spectacular views across the surrounding lowlands of Aberdeenshire from these promontories of higher ground and the strong visual relationship with the wider Cairngorm Massif. End of quote. Given these key characteristics, it seems reasonable to expect that the landscape and visual impact assessment would have considered the impact and effects of the proposed wind farm, both on the visual amenity of walkers on the hills and ridges of LCT 28, and also on the strong visual relationship with the wider Cairngorm Massif. Neither of these things has been done adequately, I think. LCT 28 was not treated as a whole, and the possible visual impacts on summits within the Cairngorms National Park were simply not considered. If I can move on now to section 3 of my report, I was struck by the fact that, and I think it's a fundamental weakness, that the study area is very restricted. The Nature Scott guidance on the visual representation of wind farms from 2017, which is document 010.009, states clearly in paragraph 48 that the initial ZTV distance for defining a study area based on turbine height should be 45 kilometres for turbines with blade tip heights greater than 150 metres. Now, the turbines proposed for the Hill of Fare development, as we know, are up to 200 metres to the blade tip and were up to 250 metres at the time the study area was outlined. So the initial study area, if it was following best practice guidelines, should have been at least 45 kilometres. Instead, RES, without any justification that I have been able to find in their documentation, adopted a 35-kilometre study area. I'd like briefly to quote from section 323 of their scoping report, which is document 001.166, which says, having reviewed the ZTV and with regard to best practice guidance, it is proposed that the LVIA will consider an initial 35-kilometre radius study area. Detailed assessment will then be provided for a 20-kilometre section of this study area, which it is considered represents a proportionate extent of the study area and the limit within which any potential significant effects might occur. Now, it seems to me that best practice guidance was clearly disregarded there, and there's no justification offered in the scoping report for the unsupported claim that a 20-kilometre radius from the nearest turbine is the limit at which significant effects might occur. I asked myself who considered that 20 kilometres is proportionate and what were the reasons for reaching this conclusion. The Chapter 3 of the Guidelines for Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment, version 3, which I understand are the industry standard, has this to say about the assessment of significance, and I quote, "This is a key part of the LVIA process and is an evidence-based process combined with professional judgment. It is important that the basis of such judgments is transparent and understandable so that the underlying assumptions and reasoning can be understood by others. There's nothing in the LVIA for the Hill of Fare which justifies the restriction of assessment to 20 kilometres. There's no reasoning, no transparent basis for the judgment, simply an assertion that 20 kilometres is sufficient. It seems to me that any mountaineer or hill walker who has had even moderate experience of the Aberdeenshire hills will consider 20 kilometres is insufficient. The Hill of Fare is visible from many locations, both within and outside the Cairngorms National Park boundary at distances much greater than 20 kilometres. As a matter of fact, I think the 45-kilometre study area recommended by NatureScot is by no means too generous, particularly when considering visibility from some of the summits in the Cairngorms National Park, none of which has been assessed in the LVIA. A 45-kilometre radius, the recommendation, would have covered a circular area of over 6,300 square kilometres. A study area of only 20 kilometres radius covers an area of just over 1,250 square kilometres, which is slightly less than 20% of the larger area. So rather than being proportionate, as RES have claimed, it seems to me that the 20-kilometre radius is manifestly inadequate. The assumption that there will be no significant effects beyond 20 kilometres becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Effects that are not looked for cannot be reported or found significant. Chapter 6 of the EIA report repeats the unsubstantiated conclusions of the scoping report. I won't go through the whole business there, but I would like to quote from section 6.5.61, which says, with reference to the blade tip ZTV at figure 6.3 and figure 6.4, theoretical visibility is restricted to a principal area that extends approximately 15 kilometres to the north, east and west, and approximately 10 kilometres to the northwest. Although it is acknowledged theoretical visibility is predicted at greater distances, it does become patchier and more intermittent and limited to the more elevated parts of the wider surrounding landscape. Now, I wonder, ma'am, if I might ask you to look briefly at figure 6.3, which is one of these that has been cited there. I don't understand the claim that visibility is restricted to an area that extends approximately 15 kilometres to the north, east and west. If one looks at that figure, theoretical visibility extends to the northeast, well beyond the 35-kilometre boundary of the study area that was actually used. I mean, the green areas representing 13 to 16 turbines have been somewhat obscured by the way the ZTV has been produced, but it's absolutely clear that theoretical visibility extends that way. Also to the west, it's quite clear that there is significant visibility from hilltops. So it's exactly those more elevated parts of the wider surrounding landscape that are of interest and, dare I say, significance to hill walkers and mountaineers. The fact that theoretical visibility becomes patchier and more intermittent is a consequence of the topography of the area. And I don't think it should have been used to deny the possibility of significant effects. Nonetheless, in section 6.5.62, the EIA report continues, and I quote, "Thus it was determined that there was no potential for the proposed development to result in any significant visual effects at distances over 20 kilometres from the site, and furthermore that with distance from the site, the likelihood of significant visual effects occurring incrementally decreases. Therefore, whilst the primary study area for this LVIA extends out to 35 kilometres, and the various figures which accompany this report illustrate an initial 35-kilometre study area, the assessment has focused on visual receptors within the detailed 20-kilometre LVIA study area." Could I ask you please to note the change in language? Section 6.4.13 says that significant effects are likely to occur at less than 35 kilometres. Section 6.5.62 says there was no potential for significant effects more than 20 kilometres from the site. There's no reasoning to support this change of emphasis. And the restricted study area for both landscape and visual amenity considerations meant that no detailed assessment was made of the highly sensitive parts of LCT 28 beyond the immediate environment of the site, nor of those equally sensitive portions of the Cairngorms National Park potentially affected by the development. Fortunately, in my view, the ZTV diagrams give a truer picture of the likely extent of significant effects on large areas of terrain visited by hill walkers and mountaineers. I'd also like, moving to section 4, if I may, to say a few words about the analysis of Brimond Hill, which is viewpoint 15. And I think it's important A, because it's a viewpoint that represents the interests of walkers. B, because it's the most distant from the site of the 22 viewpoints chosen for detailed investigation. And C, because it appears to be the basis for the claim that significant effects do not extend beyond 10 kilometres from the site. I think the analysis is flawed, and I think the conclusions reached are unsatisfactory. RES described the baseline view as follows, and I quote, "Existing views extend across the high point of Brimond Hill, which then continues into an undulating rolling landscape with predominantly arable fields with small woodland deciduous tree blocks. Beyond this, in the distance, views is," there's a slight grammatical infelicity here, but the point that they're suggesting is beyond this, in the distance, views are the upland areas of Hill of Fare, which provides a prominent backdrop to southwesterly views with areas of higher ground beyond. I think it's incorrect and misleading to say that the Hill of Fare is in the distance when viewed from Brimond Hill. It's actually in the middle ground. In the baseline photograph, which is shown in figure 649, document 001.135, Clochnaben, which is 33 kilometres from Brimond Hill, Mount Battock, which is 39 kilometres, and Morven at 48 kilometres are all clearly visible beyond the Hill of Fare at 16.5 kilometres, the nearest turbine.
Mr. Wells, I was just going to say, I've been, I think I said earlier, I've been to Brimond Hill now, so I've been up there with your report.
Yes.
And so I've looked through that.
So
I've tested what you say myself.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Right. I will leave that to your judgment. If I might move on then to section 5, consultations, responses in the gate check report. Aberdeenshire Council accepted the proposed study area but suggested further viewpoints, including Benachie and Canamount, as additions to the 15 proposed in the scoping report. Now, in the gate check report, RES added wire lines for the Mither Tap at 18.36 kilometres and for Clochnaben, but not for Canamount. But I understand that a wire line for Canamount was subsequently added. But no further assessment of views from either Clochnaben or the Mither Tap was made, although both are within the 20-kilometre limit that RES suggested could include significant effects. Clochnaben and the Mither Tap are also among the most popular destinations in Aberdeenshire for hill walkers and are visible from great distances. Speaking from personal experience, the tor on Clochnaben, which is about 30 metres tall, is clearly visible in many states of the weather from more than 36 kilometres away on the road crossing the Careen Hills, and the Mither Tap on Benachie is clearly visible from, among other places, the summit of Lochnagar at 56.8 kilometres. The Hill of Fare is almost midway between Clochnaben and the Mither Tap and is a significant feature in views from both of them, as will be the wind farm if it's built. And in section 6, I've described in some detail the 8 component areas of LCT 28. I will simply comment, if I may, and say that the heights of the principal summits of LCT 28 are relatively homogeneous, and so there's significant indivisibility between all of the areas of LCT 28. A large development on any one of the areas would be visible from all the others. And the ZTV maps in figures 619 and 620, which I've already mentioned, show that the summits of all the principal hills listed in the components of LCT 28 are visible from the Hill of Fare. Given this, it's obvious that a large wind farm on the Hill of Fare massif will also be visible from all of those other components. I'll take one example from my personal experience. On the 23rd of February 2024, from the summit of the Buck, which is in the northernmost component of LCT 28, the Hill of Fare was clearly visible at 33 kilometres, and had there been a wind farm there, I would have been able to see it clearly. In my opinion, it would have made a significant addition to the landscape, and I don't think that RES are justified in their assumption that there is no potential for significant effects beyond 20 kilometres. Moving on to section 7, the gate check report noted that Nature Scott asked for an assessment of the effects of the proposal on the special qualities of the Cairngorms National Park, but RES did not commit to providing one. They claimed that the reduction in maximum turbine height from 250 metres to 200 metres, and I quote, is considered to minimise the landscape and visual impacts of the scheme, end of the quote. I think minimise is a curious word to use for a wind farm with turbines that at the time they were proposed were equal in height to or higher than those found anywhere else onshore in Scotland. The nearest part of the Cairngorms National Park boundary is about 18 kilometres from the summit of the Hill of Fare. So a detailed study area restricted to 20 kilometres radius barely reaches beyond the CNP boundary, whereas a study area with a 45-kilometre radius, as recommended by Nature Scott, would have reached a further 27 kilometres into the national park. And it would encompass Mount Keene, the most easterly of the Munros, Morven, a much-visited Corbett at just under 30 kilometres, and it would reach almost to Loch Nagar, which is one of the most highly regarded of all Scottish hills. Queen Victoria was very fond of it, and Lord Byron wrote a very notable poem about it. And the Hill of Fare is visible in many states of the weather from the summit of Loch Nagar. I've seen it myself frequently. Just a little way down from the summit of Loch Nagar is an indicator that was erected by members of the Cairngorm Club in 1924. It has the following legend. This indicator shows the direction of the most important hills that can be seen in clear weather from the summit of Loch Nagar. The Hill of Fare, with a given distance of 29 miles, that's 47 kilometres, is one of them, and as it happens, one which is relatively close. The average distance of the 65 hills named on the indicator is 39.74 miles, that's 65 kilometres. Among many others, Ben Nevis is visible at 65 miles, 105 kilometres. The Pentland Hills beyond Edinburgh are visible at 76 miles, which is 122 kilometres. And Scaraben in Caithness is visible at 87 miles, that is 140 kilometres. The views extend even to England, with the Cheviot indicated at 103 miles, that is 166 kilometres.
Mr. Wells, sorry, with apologies, I just need to ask you not to read quite such long sections of text. You can direct them to me and ask particularly that I take note of them.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
I will leave that. I'd simply like you've taken the point that Hill of Fare is visible from a long way off. So if I can simply move to my conclusions, I think I've offered reasons for supposing that landscape and visual impact analysis for the proposed Hill of Fare wind farm is inadequate. The study area is far too small. As a consequence of this and the unsupported assertion that significant effects will not be found beyond 20 kilometres from the site, the impacts on LCT 28, within which the proposed wind farm would be sited, have not been considered adequately. The potential impacts on the Cairngorms National Park have not been considered in detail at all, and the interests of an important group of visual receptors, i.e. hill walkers and mountaineers, have not been adequately characterised or assessed. I won't say anything about the appendix that I've written to the document, except to say that I think it is possible to obtain some reliable, objective, quantitative estimates which could form the basis for an assessment of significance. And I hope to be able to start a conversation about this with landscape professionals who are involved in these types of processes. So thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. You don't have any questions. I've got a couple of questions, and they're just about how I would go about testing some more of your suggestions in the field. As I said, I've been to Brimond Hill and looked at what you've said about the viewpoint there. Mither Tap, I haven't been to, so would that be a good location to test some of the wider points that you've made?
Yes, ma'am, it would be an excellent location because it is very prominent in the views from the Hill of Fare, and I think you would see that the reciprocal is true as well.
And I've got the extra wire line now that would help me from there. In terms of, because I think that's within 20 kilometres.
It is.
So for your further out significant effects suggestion, where would be a good place for me to test that? I think you said there'd be significant effects out beyond 35 kilometres even.
I would think, ma'am, if I may, I would suggest that Morven would be an excellent place because Morven has extremely good views towards the Hill of Fare, and it is a very popular, highly regarded hill within the Cairngorms National Park.
Thank you very much. And just one final question. You've got a table on page 16 with number of summits within LCT 28, where you give the distances for distance from Hill of Fare.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Could you repeat?
Yep. On your page 16,
Yep.
you list some summits in a table.
Yep.
You say the distance from Hill of Fare. Mm-hmm. I'm just checking, is that the summit of Hill of Fare or is it the proposed Hill of Fare wind farm?
That's the summit of the Hill of Fare.
Okay. That's all my questions then. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we can, that brings us to the end of the landscape and visual impact inquiry session. We're going to move fairly soon into the policy hearing session, which involves some of us around the table, not all of us. I'm going to take a break just long enough for me so we can rearrange ourselves around the table and swap our papers over. I'm going to try and come back at 4:35. No, all wrong. 2:35. We'll come back. Thank you very much.
Position if he wants to take it.
Okay. Okay, everybody, then we can get started with the policy hearing session. I don't need to do a big introduction because it's not the start of a day. I'll just hand over to parties to introduce their participants, starting with the applicant, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, the lead in this session will be taken by David Bell, who sits to my right. Also participating will be me, Marcus Trinnick, and Peter Brooks, the acoustic lead at RES on one particular point. Thank you.
Thank you. And the council, please.
Yes, good afternoon, ma'am. It will be a triumvirate from the council, myself, James Finlay, KC, next door to me, James Hewitt, the planning officer, and next door to him, Ewan Brown, advocate. Hopefully it will be primarily the other two talking.
Historic Environment Scotland.
Thank you, ma'am. Douglas Milne, Morton Fraser McRoberts. I'll be speaking at this session, hopefully not too much, with the lead being taken by Victoria Clements, who's sitting to my right, and will also be joined by Adele Shaw, who is also of Historic Environment Scotland and sitting to my immediate left.
Thank you. And Hoffwig, please.
Ma'am, thank you. I'm John Campbell, and as you go down the food chain, the numbers go up. I hope to be participating in this session. To my left is Mr. Keith Watt. To his left is Mr. Alan Chesterman. To his left is Ms. Imelda McLean, planning consultant. And to her left is Mr. Jim Briggs, from whom you've heard already. Mrs. Sue Patterson is behind me, on one point only, I think. And that's all.
Okay, thank you very much. I will just proceed with the agenda. So for the people watching, this is more of a round table discussion chaired by myself, so I have to switch out of sitting and listening mode into being a bit more helpful. And we will get through as much of the agenda. I've set out an agenda with questions in advance that parties will have seen, so we're going to move through that. It's sort of in hopefully logical sections, and we'll see how far we get today, but we might need to finish this tomorrow. So the first question I've got on the agenda relates to the statement of agreed matters between the council and the applicant, which is document 013038 1338. I've set out some paragraphs there in which the applicant and the council have agreed on certain matters, and I'd like to know whether parties other than the applicant and the council agree with what's set out in those paragraphs. I'll start with Hez.
Yes, we're happy with those.
And Hoffwig.
No, ma'am, I'm afraid not. We've never been asked to agree to the statement of agreed matters. We've not had an opportunity to contribute to its contents, and do not agree with it. I'm sure there are things which would be uncontroversial in it, and I'll cover those in my closing submission.
Okay, thank you very much. The next section is a series of questions relating to energy policy considerations, and a few of these questions arise from paper 016005, which Mr. Watt has prepared for Hoffwig. I'll go through the questions in turn, but it might be that some of the answers arise for a number of, there's a common answer to a number of them. So the first question is, if MPF 4 Policy 11 states that grid capacity should not constrain renewable energy development, so with that in mind, how would I consider Mr. Watt's argument, which he sets out on page 2, that applications for new wind farms are running ahead of those for long duration energy storage and grid upgrades? And I'll start with the applicant, please.
Thank you, ma'am. The applicant's position is that no weight should be given to Mr. Watt's position on this topic. NPF4, in our view, is expressly clear that any grid constraints or it should not be a material matter for a renewable energy national development consideration. The documents that we'll perhaps come on to explore this afternoon, such as the onshore wind policy statement and the carbon budget reports, do not state that we need to wait and see what happens with any grid reinforcement or deployment of battery storage, whether short duration or long duration. There is an urgency to take action now. That comes through all of the documentation. That is the applicant's position. Thank you.
Does the council have a different position?
Thank you, ma'am. No, we would be in agreement with the position outlined by Mr. Bell.
I was going to ask Hoffwig, is this paper and this position within the paper, in general terms, is it more a critique of the current Scottish Government policy approach to energy, or is it something that we think is readily applicable to this particular application?
If I may begin, ma'am, the passage on page 54, to which your question relates, reads, grid capacity should not constrain renewable energy development. The first thing you may have to do is construe that and work out what it means. Is it talking about the connection of the development to the local substation, or is it talking about conditions on the national grid as a whole? It's not crystal clear from the sentence, but it is written in the future, conditional tense. Grid capacity should not constrain energy development. And in our submission, this relates to the availability of local grid connection, properly construed. So I agree with David Bell that looking at the national position as a whole, that's not relevant. But as a matter of fact, you may wish to consider whether the presence or absence on the evidence, the presence or absence of a grid connection to the local connection point should constrain your decision. And whether it should or not is a matter of submission. Now, Mr. Watt's with me, and I'd prefer to defer to him so that you can ask him what he means.
Sure, hi. I think the NPF4 document is a little bit woolly on this point. It's certainly quite clear about what it talks about grid transmission constraints. And we understand your hands are tied, you've got a very difficult job. Eventually, physical reality will intervene. I think of the wind that is curtailed, so far almost 90% of it is from Scotland, and eventually physical reality will collide with policy. Sorry, sure. Sure. Yeah.
Sorry.
So I was just saying, I understand it's difficult, your hands are tied. You have to work within a framework. However, eventually physical reality will collide with policy. Of the wind that is constrained in the UK, nearly 90% of it in the first half in 2025 was from Scotland. Something also that's worth bearing in mind is the situation with storage is not clearly referenced in NPF4. So the wording is a bit ambiguous. From the way I read it, and it's open to interpretation because it's ambiguous, I think there's nothing to stop you considering a lack of energy storage because it talks about grid constraints and the congestion in the network. Now, if you cannot worry about curtailment due to grid constraints, you can think about storage, I think.
I didn't want him to go too fast for you.
Sorry. You're keeping up good.
Can I speak, ma'am? So at the moment, during strong winds, so curtailment's caused by you can't get all of the excess capacity out of Scotland and export it to England. So at the moment, there is an enormous amount of power being exported. In fact, about half the renewable energy produced in Scotland was exported in 2024. And so there's a huge excess. It can't all get out through the grid. The grid hasn't been upgraded yet. It'll take many years to do that. And so curtailment is going to continue to affect production, and that curtailment is very likely to affect this development. And therefore, we believe that's relevant. You should take into account the fact that production from this development, curtailment affects the whole fleet, and therefore it's likely to affect this development when it comes on stream. So we would suggest that you note that wind capacity presently exceeds demand and export capacity, and call into question the, in many respects, unrealistic targets and also the applicants' claimed production and benefits. One other matter is that, in fact, the electricity produced in Scotland, the emissions from that have been very low since about 5 years ago, 2020. So, in fact, this development will not reduce emissions in Scotland, because the production will add, along with any other new wind farms, to the amount that's exported to England. And so the relevance here is that David Bell in his submission quotes the climate change regulations in Scotland as a reason, a justification for this wind farm. But those regulations apply to emissions in Scotland, and this wind farm will not reduce emissions in Scotland.
We're slightly moving on to wider points, but I'll note that. Just your microphone. Okay, so the question that led out of that the initial one was whether, if I can take grid constraints into account, what are parties' views on the best evidence before the inquiry that would support that? So Hofwig's clearly are set out in the papers provided. What's the applicant's view on the evidence in this case?
Thank you, ma'am. I think I do have an answer on that. I think the points that were raised, I think, are highly misleading in a number of respects, and it's important to put forward an accurate position based on the evidence that is before the inquiry, in particular the reports from the Climate Change Committee. Taking your last point first, though, if the grid constraints are a matter that can be taken into account, firstly, the applicant has not set out a detailed position on that because of the very clear policy position in NPF 4. But the National Energy System Operators' key function at the moment is to advance grid reinforcement across all of the UK, and there are billions of investment going into that at the present time. For example, in Scotland, there are the Accelerated Strategic Transmission Infrastructure projects, 400 kV reinforcements, which will go from Spittal in the north of Scotland to Bewley, Bewley to Peterhead, Peterhead to Teeling. Some of these applications are in at the moment, and that is part of Clean Power 2030 to strengthen Scotland's grid. There is also, I don't think it's mentioned in Hofwig's evidence, the Eastern Green Link 2, which is from Peterhead to Drax in Yorkshire, which would be a 2 gigawatt connection, which is under construction at the moment, to be operational by 2029. And the other aspect of the NESO approach to balancing the grid is through energy storage. Indeed, this application includes energy storage. There are also a number of utility-scale energy storage applications. For example, in Aberdeenshire, one was consented recently at Kinmuck by the Scottish ministers, a few hundred megawatts of capacity. Just at New Deer, not that far from here, there's a 500 megawatt proposal, standalone. So the market is responding, and that infrastructure is being consented and is being planned at the moment. So there is evidence that even if that was a matter that could be taken into account, that investment is moving ahead with grid infrastructure, and it's in the planning system. I do have a few points to respond to Mr. Chesterton's position. Are you happy if I pause now and come back to that, or would you like me to continue? Sorry? Okay, thank you.
Happy for you to continue. Sorry.
Yeah. There was reference to curtailment, and I think the inference was that there would be constraint payments paid by the sector because of that. And that's not a new matter. It's been a feature of the operation of the GB grid for over a decade. And it's necessary to maintain the stability of the grid by compensating generators if they do need to be forced to reduce their output. And that prevents damage to the grid. But the answer to that is through the grid reinforcements, some of which I've mentioned, but also the greater use of energy storage. And that particular point about energy storage in the grid comes through in the onshore wind policy statement, where there is reference to the benefits of co-location, which can assist dealing with pressures on the grid. That's, for your note, that's paragraph 8.4.5. The other point that was made is that Scotland's targets are unrealistic. Well, I would just say that this inquiry, it's not a matter of us debating the government's targets or the advice that is given to them by the Climate Change Committee. The targets are there for us to, all parties to refer to. I think the last point I would just comment on is that I think Mr. Chesterton said that electricity emissions in Scotland have been low since 2020, and there is this development will not further reduce emissions in Scotland. I think he's absolutely right in terms of the electricity generation system in Scotland with Cockenzie closed, Longana, he's very correct there. But I think, and this comes through in, I think, all of Hofwig's evidence, Mr. Watt, and also Ms McLean's evidence, where they're saying that, look, Scotland's got enough onshore wind consented and operational. There is a whole issue about whether you actually include consented capacity, because not all of it will proceed. But I think the important point is the most recent Climate Change Committee report to the Scottish Government, which is before the inquiry, hasn't been referenced at all by Hofwig. I don't think, I stand to be corrected, but I've had a look at the documents, I can't see any reference to it. And it's document 013007. And it does state that Scotland has been successful with electricity generation emissions reduction, but this is the key point. On page 12 of that document, it sets out that, if you like, the easy bit has been done, close the big fossil fuel stations. The difficult part is electrification of heating in homes, the electrification of electrical vehicles, and industrial electrification. So, when I drove up here, I stopped at the Kingsway at Dundee. There's an EV charger there, and it says powered by renewable energy. It's an SSE one. The expectation is that renewable energy will penetrate into some 92% of homes by 2045. It says on page 12, 94% of cars and vans to be electric by 2045, and major inroads by 2035. And it talks about the massive increase in electricity demand that's expected. And you can see the first bullet point on page 12. It notes that in Scotland, that the existing on and offshore wind capacity moves from 15 gigawatts in 2023 to 49 gigawatts in 2035 and 66 gigawatts by 2045. So that is the latest advice that's been given to the Scottish Government on the implications of widening the decarbonisation, sorry, of the other sectors in Scotland. Hence, the additional onshore wind and other technologies are required to deliver that. So I think it's misleading with respect to say we don't need any more because we've got enough. You know, that is not the advice the Scottish Government is getting. And what the Climate Change Committee have done is that they have set out the carbon budgets to achieve net zero, and they've modelled through what they call the balanced pathway what Scotland will require in terms of generation to get there. So sorry to go on a bit at length, but hopefully we've had a shortcut to a few of the points today, and that will assist. And I do appreciate that there's a lot of documents to look at, and I'm not expecting every party to be across all the documents, but this is an important one to take note of, I would say. Thank you.
Mayor,
Mr Campbell.
just for your note, one of the problems in an inquiry like this is where there's such a volume of written material. Sometimes it's missed, and I understand that. If you look at Ofweg's compiled written objection, which is document 016018, and find figure 4.3, you'll find a demonstration of Scotland's emissions 1990 to 2021. So we have touched on it, and the data is there.
Mr Chesterman.
Thank you. Okay, so the grid bottlenecks at the moment, there's about 10 gigawatts. If the wind blows strongly, there's about 10 gigawatts of excess capacity.
I just interrupting because I mean, I need to try and progress through the agenda, and the specific question that I was on was about what's the best evidence. So really what I'm looking for is where in the documents that are before me, if you want me to align with your position, where would I be best looked for that information? So Mr Campbell's just pointed to a document. I've got Mr Watt's document. Are there other? It's just if there's others.
It's in Keith's report about the expansion in capacity outrunning the number of projects is outrunning the grid, and it will continue to outrun the grid. And that was the answer really to that question, that the grid will not, in the next 10 years, is always ahead because the pace of adding new wind is so much faster than adding grid capacity. Keith?
Just as a generality, I mean, I didn't do an introduction. It maybe would have been more helpful if I did do one. Generally, what I'm looking for through the questions on the agenda here is where I would go to in policy or in evidence to support various positions people have set out. I don't really need to hear the positions again because you've set those out in writing. It's how I would consider that in the context of the policy and the evidence that I've got. The third question under energy is probably quite quick to answer. Mr Watt had suggested that the decision on Hill of Fare should be deferred until the delivery of the Department of Energy Security and Net Zero's onshore wind strategy, task force strategy and 2026 guidance was published. And I think you've set out in your paper your reasoning for that. I assume that I know the answers to this, but is there any argument for awaiting those documents, Mr Bell?
I was slightly confused because that strategy was published before the evidence had to be submitted. So we do actually have it, and I think it's referred to in Ofweg's evidence, actually. But you know, that aside, the applicant's position would say no, we don't need to wait, we have it. But what that document does actually tell us, that's the latest UK government position on onshore wind. So on page 5, it says that there should be a rapid deployment of onshore wind, and it views it as having a critical role. And the CCC report that I mentioned talks about immediate action is necessary. And the onshore wind policy statement that we have before us, page 67, talks about fast deployment. So you can get similar wording in NPF 4. So the government's position is not, look, let's wait and see for some more reports to come out. It's very much action now is required. Not, of course, that every consent should be granted, but clearly there's an urgency to dealing with matters.
So, in summary, where a decision can be made, it should be made.
Yes, that's
okay.
right.
Does the council have anything to add?
Thank you, ma'am. We'd have nothing further to add.
I'll assume you don't, unless I see a signal from you. And I'm assuming Hez don't have key points to make on this. Thank you. The next question I've got is based on a Windy City case study, which Mr. Watt has set out in his paper, and I think that's quite clearly set out and presented, so I don't need an explanation of it. But he concludes that this proposal would produce enough energy for 5,000 homes rather than 100,000 homes. And I would like the applicant's response to that based on the evidence before the inquiry.
Would you come back to the previous question once we've dealt with this one? Because you haven't asked us whether we would be interested in the deferment of your decision-making going forward, or whether we would not be interested. And I think...
I'll come back to you now then. I thought you were the ones who had told me it should be deferred. That's why I didn't
hear you, sorry.
I thought it was your position that it should be, and that I was asking people's responses, but you,
No,
that's fine if I'm wrong. You tell me.
Well, with respect, you are wrong. I think the system doesn't admit for you to make a determination and then recommend to ministers that they defer a decision. I suppose that is theoretically possible, but I would expect the applicants to have something to say about that if that was ultimately your recommendation, because they have come to this process and are entitled to a determination. There is a perfectly good argument, which I will lay out in closing, for a deferment to wait the strategy publication, the strategy document publication, or some action in pursuit of that. There is an argument, and it's a matter for ministers, but I would not be asking you to recommend that.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Thank you. So I'll come back to Mr. Bell on Windy City.
Thank you. The applicant's position is that that should be disregarded. It's a fictional approach to the consideration of the topic. What the applicant has done is very standard practice, which is to look at what is in effect the home's equivalent figure, which is driven by a particular calculation. The whole idea is not to demonstrate that Hill of Fare can operate as a standalone energy system for the local area. It is to provide a more meaningful representation of the generation capacity. I think when, especially for public engagement events, when applicants meet members of the public for the first time who are maybe not familiar with energy, as Mr. Watt, Mr. Chesterman clearly are, when you talk about gigawatt hours or megawatt hours, it's not that meaningful. But if you're able to say, look, the generation equivalent is 100,000 homes or 20,000 or whatever that is, it just makes it easier to communicate in terms of the range of benefits. So it's industry standard. It's in most applications that I deal with. It's in the majority that go before the Scottish ministers. It's really about illustrating the scale of the benefits primarily. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Campbell, would you like to
So, just to summarise, if I may speak to Mr. Bell directly through you, but is Mr. Bell's position that this is simply fictional and should be ignored?
What I'm saying is that the applicant has put forward an industry standard practice for measuring that benefit using standard variables. You could make it much more complex or take a different approach using different assumptions and you would have a different answer. So the applicant's position would be that the porter should prefer the applicant's position for those reasons.
I see. So does the fact that it's allegedly an industry standard render it immune from scrutiny in an inquiry like this?
No, I mean, I think Hofwig has agreed that using that approach, that would be the figure that would be the output of using that standard approach. Hofwig has taken a different formula to working it out using different assumptions, which is fair for them to do and put before the inquiry.
Well, as Mr. Trinick would say, that wasn't my question. I can't, and I won't try. I'd like to hear Mr. Watt on this, if you don't mind.
Sure. So I agree with some of what you say, but it's very important that, as well as using industry standard procedures, what we say must also be technically correct, and we mustn't mislead anybody. So what the industry standard procedure does is it sort of pretends that if you could capture all the energy that the wind farm produced and capture it in a bucket, at the end of a year there'd be 350 roughly gigawatt hours of energy. And you can say, oh, that's the amount of energy 100,000 houses would have used. But it's not that simple. It's nowhere near that simple. We don't manage supply and demand on a yearly basis. We don't look back at the end of the year and see what we could have done. Supply and demand have to be managed hour by hour, minute by minute, even second by second. And what that means is that the intermittency of wind becomes a real problem. There are days when there's almost no wind, and there are days when it's extremely windy. And I think the fact that they gloss over is they sort of say, oh, we've got this battery. But when you actually do the math, they're very fond of talking about megawatts. And they say it's got 100 megawatts of output, which is very similar to the wind farm, so it sounds impressive. But the actual capacity in megawatt hours is very, very small. It can only satisfy 100,000 houses, for example, for 2, 3, 4 hours perhaps. So the capacity, it's almost like saying I've got a bottle here and it's got a massive hole in the top and I can deliver a huge amount of energy, power from this thing. But the bottle itself is tiny and it runs flat in no time. So it's really important we don't give the impression that this battery energy storage system is doing anything significant to offset the intermittency. I'm not saying it's got no value. It can react really quick. It can react in roughly a second. That's really valuable. But as an offset for intermittency, we mustn't mislead people. It does very little.
Ma'am,
Okay.
a couple of
Thank
points,
you.
if I
Mr.
may.
Bell,
I think the capacity factor that's been used in the applicant's calculation is based on 12 months of on-site wind monitoring. And it's also been informed by energy yield modelling in detail, which includes some assumptions on potential mechanical failure, downtime for maintenance, and the site-specific conditions. I think what Mr. Watt's done is to use general Scotland figures, if I'm correct, in his assumptions. What the applicant's done is applied site-specific factors from their own site appraisal, which will give a reasonably accurate position. But again, I would just stress the point, it's modelling a benefit of the development to give an illustration of the scale of benefit. It's not an exact science and not intended to be, and indeed isn't used in decision-making on that basis.
Yeah, I don't disagree about the theoretical output in terms of the capacity factor. I don't have access to the environmental data that you've got, but the average wind speeds in this part of the world are freely available. I assumed a 2-parameter Weibull distribution, and I came up with a capacity factor of 0.39, which is very, very similar to what you guys come up with. So there's no disagreement about that. What I'm disagreeing about is there'll be times when the wind farm, on very windy days, is producing so much energy that it can't be exported. And there'll be other times when the wind farm is producing so little energy, it has to be supplemented by the national grid. So the wind farm imposed costs on the rest of the system. It can't stand on its own 2 feet, and it imposed costs. And those downsides and costs are not considered at all by RES. But I don't disagree with your capacity factor. I get almost the same answer as you. But I go into more detail and start to uncover how it physically behaves in the real world.
I think, ma'am, just finished, I think that links to the constraints payment point covered earlier, which we can't predict at the moment, but is part of the operating system at the moment.
If I might say something, if this wind farm is curtailed, which it's likely to be, it won't produce the amount of energy that the applicant says it will produce. If it doesn't produce the amount of energy it says it will produce, it will not yield the carbon benefits it'll say it will produce.
Yeah, I understand the argument. I've seen that in the written submissions. I've got more questions here based on Mr. Watt's paper, and what I've tried to do is work through what appeared to me to be the sort of distinct points, you know, if I was using that as a bit of a workbook. I'm happy to just try and sum them up together initially and ask the applicant perhaps whether on the wider arguments set out in Mr. Watt's report there's anything that you would be inclined to agree with or comment on that you think is particularly noteworthy.
Questions E and F.
Yeah, my questions are all called Q on my paper, but yeah, I think it is.
Does that take us right to the end of this topic before section 4? Because I could cover it all, if that helps. Or down to G, based on...
Yeah, my questions are all drawn from Mr. Watt's paper.
Okay, well, that's fine. Thank you. I think, firstly, about the assertion that each new wind farm reduces the efficiency of the existing wind farms and contributes to rising consumer bills. I do need to deal with that. And I would say that the key approach set out in the various documents that we're referring to is that it's all about increasing energy security, increasing energy supply within Great Britain, and using onshore wind to drive down the cost of consumer bills. So it's and people may laugh, but you know there is a
people may not laugh. Ideally, thank you.
There is a position in the documents that we have before the inquiry on this. The first one is the Clean Power Action Plan, which is document 009008, where the government reiterates the approach of moving away from fossil fuels is best for consumers. And page 21, it states the clean transition is the only way, I'll just stress that, it's the only way to protect businesses and households from increased energy bills resulting from volatile gas markets. The second document, the Onshore Wind Task Force Strategy, page 3, onshore wind is one of the cheapest and fastest to build sources of power, has a critical role in attaining clean power. That's page 3. Page 21 is the point I referred, sorry, that's page 3. And then on page 5 and 6, rapid deployment of onshore wind is our first line of defence against future gas price spikes. And I also refer to that in my hearing statement at paragraph 2.3.42. And you will see throughout those documents and the Climate Change Committee report that the gas spike in pricing that resulted from the Ukraine war underlines the importance of securing energy security. And the final point I would make is about, and I don't think there's any reference in Hofwig's evidence to the contracts for difference scheme of the government, which is not a subsidy approach. It is primarily a market intervention which ultimately protects bill payers by ensuring that any generator pays back to the government any income received when prices go beyond what is an agreed strike price. So when you look at the suite of documents that is before the inquiry, the most recent ones, It is all about, yes, attaining net zero, but protecting consumers from volatile gas prices. And that's what wholesale prices are based on. It's primarily gas prices. So therefore, they're saying if you can generate more onshore wind, you have energy security, but you can drive down costs as well. The last question, I would say, which you posed the question, ma'am, about should we look at multiple plausible futures? I would say no. There is a future that has been modelled, and that is the balanced pathway by the Climate Change Committee. And we've referenced that as set out in their February report to the UK government. That's, for your note, it's document 013.001. And then, secondly, in document 007, which is the more detailed report to the Scottish Government in May this year. And whilst it's fair for me to say the Scottish Parliament has not yet voted on that, it is to be scrutinised in Parliament this autumn with a view to then informing a new climate change plan. So I would just say, in conclusion, we don't need to look at other futures that may be good or may be bad. We do have the independent advisor to the UK and Scottish Government on this matter, who set out a future in the carbon budget, the 7th carbon budget for the UK, and has set out the 4 carbon budget for Scotland. And I would say that's where most weight should be placed on this topic. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna move on from energy policy shortly. Mr. Watt or Mr. Campbell, do you want to give me just a really brief summary if you want me to take away a thought from this paper that Mr. Watt has set out? What essentially are you asking or hoping that I'll do with it?
You go ahead.
Yep. Well, I'm really sorry to disappoint everyone, but your electricity bills are not going to go down. I mentioned what I tried to explain was that RES completely ignore all the external costs that their wind farm imposes on the system that it's connected to. When it's particularly windy day, someone else has to accept all that energy. When it's not windy, someone else has to provide that energy. Curtailment is a fancy name for wasted. As we add more and more and more wind energy, they'll spend more and more and more of their time with the brakes on. And ever since about 2008...
Take your time, reporters, to write it.
Sorry.
Okay.
Ever since about 2008, UK electricity prices have become wildly decoupled from the wholesale gas price. And the reason is the energy pathway that we are on.
Thank you very much for that. And if there's any further responses to that, maybe you could put them in the closing submissions. Okay, I'm going to move on to national planning policy considerations. What I've done here, I haven't picked out all the policies that people tell me have been satisfied or not satisfied. I've picked out ones where I found specific points about how the wording of a particular policy should be understood or interpreted. So that's why there are probably lots of policies you've mentioned that aren't on the list. The first I've mentioned is MPF Policy 1, tackling the climate and nature crises. And my question is, does the requirement to give significant weight to the global climate and nature crises outweigh other considerations? And I will come to the applicant first.
Thank you, ma'am. I think that would depend on it might in a given case, if that was a planning judgment that was made. But I think as a general point, the starting point is no, it doesn't. But there is a need, as set out in policy, to give significant weight to those considerations. And the other points to be aware of around that, one is reading NPF4 as a whole, which the Chief Planner's letter re-emphasises, but also taking into account factors such as is it national development or not? In this case it is. And then in policy 11, there is at the tail end of the policy a reference to giving significant weight to contribution to targets. So it forms part of the weighing in favour of a project that combats climate change and deals with the biodiversity crisis alongside those other considerations, I would say.
Thank you. Would the council like to come in?
Thank you, ma'am. Really quite a similar answer. No, the policy doesn't require that these contributions outweigh every other matter. It's ultimately going to come down to the planning balance, and it'll be a decision as to what weight you ascribe. But the policy does require that significant weight be attached to those matters, but not above all other matters.
Yeah, I think we agree to a certain degree, but we would also direct your attention to the report for the Sheardham Renewable Energy Development application, which is referenced in my hearing report. The reporters there found that although MPF4 Policy 1 and Policy 11E give significant weight to the renewable proposal, at no point does MPF4 or other national policy state that these factors automatically override the legal protection of nationally important scheduled monuments or the policy protection of the integrity of their settings. So clearly finding that significant weight is to be given, but not necessarily overriding.
And Hoffwig?
Yes, ma'am. The answer is no. Per MPF4 guidance, the decision should weigh the benefits against the negative impacts. Our carbon calculations, we believe the applicant's applications are deeply flawed and hugely overestimate the carbon benefits.
It's okay. I'm not asking about the merits, just about what the wording asks me to do.
I think the witness is trying to give you a reasoning for his answer, with respect.
Okay. If I've jumped in too fast, I apologise.
Well, the question relates to the weighing the global climate as well as the nature crisis. In terms of the global climate benefit, that comes from the amount of carbon that this development displaces. And we calculate that it is a tiny fraction of what the applicant claims, and therefore removes most of the benefits. And therefore the impacts would outweigh them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. McLean?
Yeah, so again, I note the matters that have been agreed by Aberdeenshire Council and the applicant in relation to the policy situation. And I think that it is also correct that MPF4 has to be read as a whole with all 33 policies taken into account. So whilst Policy 1 may have some significance, it can't be read in isolation. I think it's also relevant that that this is a national development, number 3, and it is not a site-specific development. It's a strategic kind of overview within the MPF4 about how we might provide for these facilities for wind generation. And I think it's also important that page 97 of NPF4 confirms that national development status does not grant planning permission for the development and all relevant consents are required. And it's the decision makers for applications for consents for national development should take into account all relevant policies. Thank you.
Ma'am, could I make a very quick and simple point on that? If significant weight is to be applied to the climate crisis, then that is a bit like having a multiplier on that side of the balance. If it's a big multiplier, we need to make absolutely sure that the benefits are accurately calculated. if you're going to apply a big multiplier to it. And Alan was mentioning problems with the carbon balance. So, you know, anything where there is a benefit with a big multiplier put on it, that has to be done properly.
Just one sort of final point on that, if I may. I think it's important to note that the onshore wind policy statement was published at the same time as the final version of NPF4 went before Parliament, which became there was no change to it, so it became the adopted version, if you like. But the OWPS has got a section on NPF4, which is 3.6, and it tells us in paragraph 3.6.2 in summary about the spatial planning approach, which is essentially wind energy is not supported in national parks and national scenic areas, but outside of these areas, criteria has been updated, including stronger weight being afforded to the contribution of the development to the climate emergency. So that is a clear direction to the decision maker that weight has changed, it's greater, so the calibration of what is acceptable in SPP days compared to now is clearly different, because if you're increasing positive weight to something, then that means surely there's more than negative weight. So just, I don't think it changes what we said about the NPF4 reading as a whole, but there's a clear direction in policy 1 and 11 allied to the national development status to decision makers on the matter of weight.
Have you got a further point? Okay, that's right. So I'll move on to policy 3. Put my NPF 4 down over my questions. So NPF 4 policy 3 on biodiversity expects biodiversity enhancements. And my question, when I find it again, you've all got yours in front of you, is what is the best evidence before me on the enhancements that would be provided in this case? So I'll start with the applicant again.
Sorry, ma'am, could you just repeat the last part of your question there? I didn't quite get it. It's okay, I can go with what you've got here, it's fine.
While you're answering.
I think it's important to take the full policy statement, because after the reference to conserve, restore and enhance, it says to inform this, best practice assessment methods should be used, and then it goes on to apply criteria. So I would say firstly, environmental impact assessment has been undertaken that has deployed best practice assessment methods agreed with consultees on ornithology, ecology, other aspects of biodiversity. And in terms of the criteria, there is Roman 4, which is the obligation to provide significant biodiversity enhancement, which has been provided thus far as set down in Technical Appendix 8.5 of the EIA report, which is the Biodiversity Enhancement Management Plan. The Council was content with that, as was Nature Scott, and that can be secured by way of a condition to deliver that, in effect, net benefit for biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the Council like to add anything on my policy 3 question?
Thank you, ma'am. Largely, we're in agreement that this policy requires an evidence-led approach, which is satisfied by the EIA.
Sorry, I need to ask you to repeat yourself because I couldn't hear.
Thank you, ma'am. The Council's largely in agreement with the applicant on this matter. The policy requires an evidence-led approach, which we feel is satisfied by the EIA. Where care does need to be taken is around the conditioning of the delivery of the Biodiversity Enhancement Management Plan, because that's the mechanism through which compliance with the policy is likely to be satisfied.
Hez? No. And Hoffwig, you've set out your position on various aspects of the application. Is there anything you specifically want to say on this question about the evidence on conservation, restoring, enhancing the biodiversity?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. We think it's quite difficult to assess if this proposal will meet the requirements to conserve, restore and enhance biodiversity. We think the baseline of understanding of the current biodiversity is weak in some areas, as we've highlighted in our objection document, and completely absent in others, for example, forestry, invertebrates and wildcats. And we think the Biodiversity Enhancement Management Plan at the moment is too generic to really give confidence that biodiversity will be restored, conserved and enhanced. And we agree with the Council that the conditions discussion will be absolutely key to make sure that this happens. We want to remind everybody that Scotland's one of the most biodiversity depleted countries, and every effort must be made to reverse this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I think some of those points are covered in your responses to the further written submission requests that I made earlier in the process. Okay, the next question is on policy 4, natural places. So I'll just give you a moment to get that to hand. So I'm looking for comments on how I could best make a judgment on the acceptability or otherwise of the acknowledged significant adverse landscape and visual effects of the development in terms of NPF 4 Policy A. So we've heard about the effects. There's some agreement on those. How do I take that into account when considering whether the acceptability test in this policy is applied? Mr. Bell.
Thank you. I think the first thing I would say is that sentence is pretty much identical to what was in SPP. It was really a catch-all policy saying that if there's an unacceptable impact, it will not be supported. I mean, that's just logical. If something is unacceptable, it should not be consented. So I think that talks about the natural environment, and that would cover ecological aspects plus landscape is referred to in this policy. But for landscape, we have further policy detail. We have NPF 4 Policy 11E, and in particular we have Policy 4D. So I would say in coming to a judgment, one would look firstly at those two more detailed policy provisions to see where you end up, and then that might further inform your position in looking at Policy 4A. But the lead policy is 11, supplemented by Policy 4 in terms of here it's the local landscape areas where we would be looking at potential impacts on special qualities or integrity, and we'll come on to the role of localised impacts, which I think is on your, maybe a later question, Policy 11. Thank you.
Thank you. The Council have any different comments on that?
Thank you, ma'am. By and large, we would be in agreement that the key text or the key wording within 4A centres around unacceptable impacts. So the main consideration within policy 4A within that context is going to be the acceptability of any landscape or impacts upon natural features, I should say. As we've heard from others this afternoon, MPF 4 is to be read as a whole, which is obviously an approach that we absolutely agree with as the local planning authority, and we would agree with Mr Bell that policy 11E part 2 is of particular relevance when you're considering acceptability as it interfaces with policy 4A. Perhaps slightly getting ahead of order, and do feel free to stop me if you think that this is jumping to perhaps discussions around localisation. But from our perspective, when it comes to considering what is an acceptable impact as part of this policy, we would recommend placing significant weight on the evidence that we've already heard as part of the inquiry, particularly from the Council's landscape witness, Ms Anderson, about the specific characteristics of this development and how that interacts with policy 11E. So, in particular, the location and nature of Hill of Fare is an isolated example of a Grampian outlier, and how this shapes the visibility of the development within the area, and how this forms a focal point within the landscape. The widespread extent of the theoretical visibility of the development, accepting the inherent, I suppose, limitations of a zone of theoretical visibility, but we do see that from looking from the ZTV for this development that there's almost 360 degree of visibility within 78 kilometres of the development site, and almost 270 degree of visibility up to 15 kilometres from the site. There's also the location of the Hill of Fare within a relatively well-settled agricultural landscape amongst several settlements and disparate residential clusters, and these all need to be taken into consideration as part of reaching a view on the acceptability of these effects, and that will play into both policy 11 and, more importantly and relevant to this question, policy 4A. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Hoffwig, would you agree there on the importance of the context, evidence on context?
Yes, I'd just like you to ask to look at policy 4 in this way. I agree largely with what David Bell said, but unusually perhaps, but policy 4 is a protective policy, and that means not consenting development which is harmful. I agree that we look at, if you're going to look at the generality of policy 4A, it's not well drafted. An unacceptable impact doesn't say what kind of impact, but it does say will not be supported. So that's a clear signal. If you look at 4D2, any significant adverse effects on the integrity of the area, again, what area, are clearly outweighed by social, environmental or economic benefits of at least local importance. So in this case, the applicant's own evidence is that there'll be no local economic benefit, at least not in the long term. And that policy 4D is, it begins with the words will only be supported where. So it's tipping the balance in my submission. It's tipping the balance one way, leaving the onus on the applicant to show benefits in the other direction. And I hope that's an answer to your question. It's not a difficult balance for you to strike, because if you find these significant adverse effects, which we've talked about in previous sessions, then your answer lies here.
Can I say something?
Sorry, Ms McLean was...
Sorry?
Your colleague was waiting to come in.
I was only just going to say something very straightforward in the effect that Hoffwig have actually presented evidence in relation to wildcats and other nature issues, and I think policy 4 is relevant to those issues that we raised.
Much in agreement with the Council's view that we recommend that you take the guidance from the experts in the community and ask yourself why all of the feedback on this development says it's in the wrong place. On the top of the hill, making significant, widely viewed skyline, etc. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I move on to policy 7? Historic places. Yeah. So the first question I've got here, it doesn't relate to the wording, well, it relates to the wording of the policy, but also there is a statement of agreed matters between HES and the applicant on how we should define and think about the term integrity of setting. It's not the council, do HES, no, my brain's flagging a bit, you see. Do other parties agree or have any comments on that definition that was agreed between the two parties? Yeah, do you have any, Ms. McLean?
No comments on it. I think you're going to ask further. Sorry, I think you're going to ask further questions about that as well, aren't you? Further down. Okay, thank you. Just checking that. I haven't been involved with it, so no comments.
I mean, a few of these questions are drawn from the evidence that's been presented in the statement of agreed matters between HES and the applicant. So it's really only if there's anything other parties want to say that diverges from or, reinforces that. So the next question is any adverse impact on setting a significant adverse impact for the purposes of policy 7H2? And I have that there drawn from the HES submissions. So would HES like to say something on that?
So no, the policy specifically refers to significant adverse impacts on the integrity of setting of scheduled monuments, so not just any impact on setting in general. We understand that the wording was designed to clarify the level of impact that will not be supported by the policy, as explained in the NPF4 explanatory report, and also to focus on setting in terms of cultural significance. So in defining and analysing the setting of a scheduled monument as part of stage 2 of the process in the Managing Change Guidance Note, HES would define the overall setting of the monument, but also define the key factors of setting that contribute significantly to the cultural significance of the assets. And those would be the key factors that contribute to the understanding, appreciation and experience of the monuments, and that forms the integrity of the setting as in the definition that was agreed in the statement of agreed matters. So those key factors must be adequately retained to ensure that the understanding, appreciation and experience and therefore contribution to cultural significance are not significantly affected and are retained. And that's what Ms Hall did in her inquiry report. But it's also, in order to determine whether an impact is significantly adverse, it's crucial to understand what the magnitude of impact is as well, and whether or not the impact is on those key factors of setting that contribute to the integrity. So it's not just any change on any aspect of setting, but on those key factors that contribute to understanding, appreciation and experience. And that's what I was referring to in my hearing report. So an impact on a factor of setting that's not sort of contributing significantly to understanding, appreciation and experience, and therefore integrity, is unlikely to be a significant adverse impact, whereas an impact on a key factor which does contribute to integrity is likely to be a significant adverse impact for the policy test, because that will affect the understanding, appreciation or experience of the asset. And I think there was some discussion about this last week, but understanding, appreciation and experience all need to be adequately retained to avoid significant adverse impacts on integrity. So it wouldn't be sufficient to simply retain one of those while still impacting on the others. For example, understanding when you've still got impacts, significant impacts on appreciation and or experience. They're all equally important to how integrity works. So we would say that none's more important than the other, and they all must be adequately retained.
Okay, and that's in line with the evidence that we heard in the Cultural Heritage Inquiry session from Hez. Could I take the applicant?
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, I'm dealing with the heritage side. The answer to your question is no. There can be adverse impacts to setting without giving rise to a breach of integrity. It's a fairly high bar in our view. The EIA process and terminology in an EIA case, which we are, requires you to find whether or not an effect is significant. That's not related to the policy test, that's simply an EIA test. And a significant effect in the EIA terms does not necessarily equate to a significant adverse impact on integrity of the setting of the asset. I would say it's probably very unlikely that if you don't find significant EIA impacts, you will then go on to find an impact on integrity. So there's a connection. If you find a significant adverse impact in the EIA terms, I think that triggers you, and I think that's what triggers RES to say, well, actually, does that go on to a breach of integrity? And it's the approach they take, and I think it's a very fair approach. The only thing I want to add is, in relation to the explanatory note to which Victoria Clements refers, and she refers to it in paras 31 and 32 of her hearing statement, is about the word significant and the declaration by government that that word was used to clarify the level of impact which wouldn't be supported. Well, it may do and it may not do. It's not for me to question what government says about a document, but if it helps, I don't, and I can't claim that it materially raises the bar. The bar is what it was before. It's a binary test. Either you have an impact on integrity or you don't, and I think that's the way to look at it. The one factor, sorry, I use the word factor, the one point on which I don't agree with Victoria Clements relates to the identification of factors. In our view, and you would have heard my examination of Nicola Hall on this, that indeed, as Nicola Hall says, you take all components of setting into the stage 3 assessment. You don't isolate some and leave some out of account. Otherwise, you won't get a rounded assessment. And you've got that point from the evidence. Nothing more to say. Thanks.
Do halfway got the council want to add anything on this point? Okay, I'll move on to my third question under policy 7, which is, does policy 7H give equal protection to the setting and physical fabric of a scheduled monument? I'll start with the applicant.
I'm not sure that's the way to phrase matters. The protection for direct impacts is in different terms altogether than the protection given to setting. So 7H1 requires you to avoid any level of direct impact on the fabric of the monument. Whereas 7H2 says what it says, and I needn't record it. But I would say that 7H2 is an oddity in a number of ways. There is statutory protection for the fabric of a scheduled monument through the Ancient Monuments and Archaeological Areas Act 1979. There's no equivalent of protection for setting. Setting is not protected by statute. And there's no requirement in statute for a decision maker to have regard to the preservation of a setting of a scheduled monument. You compare that with listed buildings, where there very much is a legal requirement to have regard to the desirability of preserving the setting of a listed building. So, and again, while changes to the fabric of a scheduled monument would require scheduled monument consent, to do something within the setting does not require scheduled monument consent if it's outside the scheduled area. So, in essence, 7H2 is a purely policy construct. It has to be addressed, but it is purely a policy construct. Thank you.
Would Hez like to respond?
Yes, I think we would say that the policy aims to protect both the physical fabric of the monuments, but also it aims to protect the integrity of the setting of the monument as well. Both of those elements are included in the policy. They're both included in Clause 3 of the policy as well. Scottish Government consider that setting is worthy of protection and consideration in the planning process by its specific inclusion in NPF 4. Both the physical fabric and the setting of a scheduled monument contribute directly to its overall cultural significance. As noted in my hearing report, the Managing Change Guidance note on setting makes it clear that setting is important in the way that historic structures or places are understood, appreciated and experienced, and that it can be integral to an asset's cultural significance. The agreed definition of cultural significance in the Statement of Agreed Matters is as included in the Historic Environment Policy for Scotland, which includes a number of values that are included within the setting guidance note as considerations to be included when assessing setting, including things like the aesthetic, historic, scientific and social values. And therefore the two clauses of policy 7H1 and 7H2 cover the whole of cultural significance which can be embodied within the physical fabric and the setting of an asset, which are the only factors of cultural significance really which could potentially be affected by a development proposal, and therefore that's the aim of the planning policy, to protect those elements of cultural significance pretty much equally, we would say. I think underplaying the importance of setting can risk underplaying the cultural significance of an asset as a whole, and then thereby underestimating the potential impacts on the cultural significance of the asset. The policy really aims to ensure that equal consideration is given to both impacts on the fabric and impacts on the integrity of setting, to ensure that the overall cultural significance is protected. And I think that's also, as noted by the reporter for the Rig Hill wind farm development, which is mentioned in my hearing report. He noted that he must follow the approach to consider the effect on setting in its own right, albeit in the context of how that setting contributes to cultural significance. And I think that's a pretty straightforward reading of how to consider those.
Thank you. Do the Council or Hofwood want to add anything before I move on to the next question, which is about particular assets?
I would just like to support what HES has said. I also agree that I think that policy 7H gives equal protection to both the setting, physical fabric of a monument when read. I think also the policy is quite important in relation to this current application. When you read bullets 1 and 2, that's all about avoiding. That's the first thing that you do. You try and avoid any impacts. The third bullet point is, or if you haven't managed to avoid those impacts, have you provided exceptional circumstances to demonstrate or justify that actual impact of scheduled ancient monument? I think this is all important in terms of the evidence on the cultural heritage. And it's also part of that policy test as well is whether the effects on the setting have been minimised as well by any mitigation. And I think that's also something that evidence has been given on, and therefore that policy is relevant to that evidence on cultural heritage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Did you want something? No. Okay. So the next question brings in the specific monuments that we were considering during the Cultural Heritage Inquiry session. So we don't need to rehearse to any extent the evidence that we've heard. On the basis of evidence before the inquiry, should the reporter regard the effect on the setting of Sunhoney Stone Circle and Christchurch Stone Circle and Standing Stone to be supported in terms of NPF 4 policy 7H 2 or 3? I'll start with the applicant.
Yes for 7H2, obviously on our evidence. No for 7H3, we do not make an exceptional circumstances case. In terms of 7H2, yes, we've identified some adverse impacts. We've even identified a significant EIA impact for Sunhoney, but not for Christchurch. But in neither case do we say that the impacts, particularly for Sunhoney, because of EIA significance, will be enough to breach the 7H2 test. And we say in the terms agreed in 951 of the Statement of Agreed Matters that understanding, appreciation and experience of both assets will be adequately retained. I'm not going to rehearse the evidence. You have it.
Thank you, and I'll come to Hez.
No, we disagree with the applicant on that one. We think, as clearly laid out in our evidence, that the effects on the setting of both scheduled monuments are not supported in terms of policy 7H2. We consider that the proposed development would result in significant adverse impacts on the integrity of their settings, and therefore fail the policy test in 7H2, but obviously agree that the applicant hasn't relied on exceptional circumstances, and so 7H3 isn't brought into play.
And Hoffa, you were part of that inquiry too, do you?
Yes, well, we agree with Historic Scotland, of course. I'm interested that my learned friend, Mr. Tunick, acknowledges the absence of an exceptional circumstances case, which is H3. He didn't say anything about minimisation, which is the second half of H3.
Well, if you want. The minimisation is set out there in the context of the exceptional circumstances test, not 7H2, is my answer.
I'm just looking at the time, but I think I'll go through the next question, and then I'll probably close quite soon and come back a bit more refreshed tomorrow. Over the page, I've got a couple of questions on managing change in the historic environment setting guidance, which of course we looked at quite a lot when we took evidence on that subject last week. So the question is there evidence before the inquiry to assist the reporter in considering how the three-step approach to identifying, defining and assessing impact on the setting of an asset should be interpreted and applied? And I'm going to come to Historic Environment Scotland first, and you're welcome to comment on whether I've phrased the question correctly or not.
Yes, we think Ms Hall's inquiry report clearly lays out how to interpret and apply the three-step approach in the guidance note. The managing change guidance note is identified as relevant national guidance to be used in addressing policy 7 in NPF 4. It's the most relevant of the suite of guidance notes, and it lays out a clear approach on how to assess the setting of historic environment assets and any potential impacts on setting. The guidance note identifies the factors that can contribute to setting and factors that should be considered in assessing the impact of changes. And Ms Hall's inquiry report provides evidence on how this approach can be undertaken, whilst also taking an inclusive and holistic approach to the factors which contribute to the understanding, appreciation and experience and cultural significance of the monuments. Other decisions have been consistent in making use of that guidance note, and it might be helpful, I guess, in terms of how to use it in the three-step process. There are some examples in my hearing report. The reporter for the Rig Hill wind farm stated that the managing change guidance note on setting provides advice relevant to applying the policy test, although that was for the SPP policy test. And noted that while an understanding of EIA significance assists, it's not the same as considering the effect on setting, as we've previously discussed. And the reporters for the Sheer Drim renewable energy development also used the three-step approach in the managing change guidance note on setting in considering the evidence for that application, and they have laid out their considerations under the headings for each stage of that guidance note, so that might be a helpful way to approach it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Trinick.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, in short, there is evidence before you to consider the three-step approach, which is the right approach. It's advised in managing change. Setting, the only point I would note is that while managing change tells you what to do, it does not attempt to grapple with the integrity test. It doesn't even use the word integrity in the document. It doesn't approach integrity. You can't look for help there. It goes as far as it goes, simple as that. But it's a sensible approach. We acknowledge what Rig Hill and Sheer Drim say. I've got no argument about that with Hez. No more to say.
Okay, and having heard all the evidence that I heard on cultural heritage, I think I have garbled this next question a bit. I think what I'm trying to ask, or what I should be asking in this last question under managing change, is essentially, is there evidence before the inquiry to assist me in identifying what factors of setting contribute to cultural significance, which of those factors would be subject to change, and whether such changes would mean that our understanding, appreciation and experience of the asset would or would not be adequately retained. So I'll come to the applicant.
Yes, so before I say that, ma'am, I think we do need to go back tomorrow morning to HEP 1, 2 and 3 in this context. I think it's important to look at them. The question is there evidence for the inquiry to help you in interpret and apply understanding, appreciation and experience in assessing cultural significance? And the answer is no. The focus of policy 7H is only on setting. It's not on cultural significance. And the inquiry report for the applicant does set out the importance of addressing policy 7H. We don't deny that as part of the development plan. But also it makes the point that setting is one part of overall cultural significance. And the cultural significance is, in terms of scheduled monuments, is set out in the HES designation policy 005-006. It identifies three headings: intrinsic characteristics, how the physical remains of the site contribute to knowledge; contextual characteristics, well, that's setting broadly, probably goes wider than that; and associative characteristics, so how a site or place relates to people, practices, events, historical events, social movements. That's what cultural significance is about in the round. So although, and I'll put this in closing submissions, you do have to address the policy 7H test, HEPS, which we'll come on to tomorrow, does go wider. HEPS addresses cultural significance, not setting. It's a wider question. It's a material consideration quite apart from 7H. And I think an important one that can get lost in the ether in inquiries such as this, where you are focusing on that one policy. So I'll leave it there, but come back to perhaps tomorrow.
Okay, and Hez.
Yes, there certainly is evidence before the inquiry to assist you in interpreting the understanding, appreciation and experience. I think both in my report and in Ms Hall's evidence in her inquiry report. Setting is a part of cultural significance, as we agree. It's the part of the cultural significance of the monument that is likely to be impacted by a development of the nature of the wind farm. I think I mentioned earlier on that when we were covering policy 7H1 and 2, that cultural significance is in the fabric and the setting of the monument. There can also be contextual significance as well in things like associated objects and museum collections. Those elements of cultural significance are highly unlikely to be impacted by a development of this nature. That's why policy 7H1 and 2 focus on the elements of cultural significance that are likely to be affected by a planning development. So I think the policies 7H1 and 2 are entirely relevant to considering the impacts from a potential development of this nature. I'm obviously happy to talk about this in terms of relation to HEP's policies tomorrow as well. Coming back to this question of how to interpret and apply understanding, appreciation and experience, we have there are examples of how that has been done in previous decisions by other reporters in my hearing report. For example, the reporter for Burninow Wind Farm looked at the Cregan Wind Farm decision and which referred to understanding and appreciation, and they determined specifically that experience also had to be considered in order to correctly assess and interpret the managing change guidance and therefore the impacts on setting and policy. The reporter for the Rig Hill Wind Farm development also laid out his consideration of understanding, appreciation and experience. He noted that while some factors of setting would remain at an intellectual level understandable, the effects on one's appreciation and experience are also important. And it didn't follow that if understanding wasn't impeded, then appreciation and experience also wouldn't be impeded. And similarly, the reporters for the Sheardrim renewable energy development were very careful to consider whether all three of understanding, appreciation and experience should be included in consideration of setting impacts. And they found that all three should be included in order to be in accordance with the current guidance in the managing change guidance note. So we would therefore suggest that all three elements, understanding, appreciation, and experience, are key, and that using the guidance on interpreting and assessing setting in the managing change guidance is the most appropriate method of assessing this, as previous reporters have considered.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can I make one quick point on that? If
Can,
I may?
and I know Mr Milne wants to
Oh, I'm
comment
sorry.
as well. That's okay.
Really, just ma'am, to reiterate a point that Ms Clements made in response to what Mr Trinick had been observing. I think the quote from the reporter in the Rig Hill decision, paragraph 97, is an important one. Now, that decision was taken in respect of Scottish planning policy, but Historic Environment Scotland's position is that for present purposes, that policy is the same as what's been considered now in terms of NPF 4. But at paragraph 97, what the reporter says there is, I must follow the approach in Scottish planning policy, which is to consider the effect on setting on its own right, albeit in the context of how that setting contributes to cultural significance. I think that captures the point quite neatly that Ms Clements is making. Thank you. Sorry, Mr Trinick.
I'm glad Mr Milne came in because I was going to actually raise Rig Hill myself. First of all, I just want to recall we agree with Victoria Clements that understanding, appreciation and experience are equally important. They must all be applied. There's no argument there. Yes, the reporter did say in Rig Hill, which is actually not before the inquiry, but it's accurately quoted in paragraph 97 of the Hes hearing statement, that he considered the effect of setting its own right, albeit in the context of how that setting contributes to significance. We say the reporter was wrong. He got that bit wrong, because it's exactly what 7H does not do. It does not set setting in the context of cultural significance. It simply addresses setting. That is why I do want to tomorrow, if not today, discuss the HEPS policies, because they are markedly different from Policy 7H in their approach to cultural significance.
Shall we discuss the HEPS policies today then, well, if they're fresh in people's minds? Are you happy to do that as well? Yes? Okay, I'll let Mr Trinick start, because he's obviously got things in mind.
You ask a question about HEP 1, how you should consider whether the proposal is informed by an inclusive understanding, etc., etc. Well, of all aspects of the cultural significance, I should have added that, of Sunhoney and Christchurch, including their settings. We say, first of all, you look at the EIAR at chapter, the various chapters, the heritage chapter, whichever it is, and look at the evidence brought to this inquiry. We believe that the applicant has adequately informed you, to use the HEPS word. It's given you an inclusive understanding of the breadth of the historic environment so far as it relates to this inquiry and cultural significance. I've already referred to the elements that make up cultural significance, and in this case there'll be no impact obviously on the fabric at the outset. That's a 7H1 point, nor would there be any, we say, difficulty in simply understanding and appreciating. Experience may be a different issue. Understanding and appreciating the asset at close quarters, how the stones are laid out, the cut marks at Sunhoney, and so forth. And part of the cultural appreciation, the cultural significance of the asset derives from precisely that, not simply the setting. We've acknowledged that there will be changes in the setting, obviously, but the importance is that whereas 7H2, which you'll probably gather I don't like very much, simply focuses on one aspect of cultural significance, the HEP policies do not. They are different in their scope. They relate to the entirety of cultural significance, and I think they're entirely right to do so. That concludes what I want to say on HEP 1. Shall I go straight on to HEP 2, and then Victoria Clements can come back at me on all of them together? How should you consider whether the proposal would secure the ability of future generations to understand and enjoy the monuments? Well, same point as HEP 1 in a way. There'll be no fabric change, etc., etc. There's nothing more to say on HEP 2, really. I think having highlighted it, it doesn't add anything that I need to address. In terms of HEP 3, just dealing with that, about mitigation measures in particular, that we dealt with detrimental impacts, we disagree on that, but mitigation, I just want to put beyond doubt that where we proposed enhancement measures, these are offsetting measures, they are not mitigation, they should not be treated as mitigation. There's still a valid form of benefit to be taken into account. If you look at the EIA handbook, which is 001009, paragraphs C9, 13, 14, and in the box at C9, we can see how HES say that an enhancement should be considered. I think these are valid offsetting measures, but no, they're not mitigation. Let's put that beyond doubt. Thank you.
Okay, and HES?
I think in terms of an inclusive understanding of all aspects of the cultural significance, I think we would suggest that we have taken an inclusive approach in our evidence overall. As Mr. Trinick says, the proposal would not impact on the physical fabric of either scheduled monument, setting aside possibly the issue of condition 37, which we'll come on to in the conditions session. And therefore the focus is on those aspects of cultural significance which are likely to be impacted, and those are encapsulated in the setting of the scheduled monument. So cultural significance as a whole, as we discussed earlier, it's in the, we have a definition of cultural significance that was agreed in the Statement of Agreed Matters. Those elements of cultural significance which could be either embodied in the physical fabric of the monument. We've already agreed that those are not likely to be impacted. And so it's the elements of cultural significance which are embodied in the setting of the monument which are likely to be impacted. I think that, the setting guidance, it explains how to identify and assess those elements of setting that contribute to cultural significance. It identifies the key factors that would contribute to cultural significance, and our assessment has considered those factors, the ones that contribute to cultural significance and the ones that would be impacted by it. Our role as a public body means that we do take an inclusive approach to ensure that sites are protected for the public now and in the future. So while we have an understanding of the sites now, we have to take into account a wide range of factors that contribute to cultural significance to ensure that nothing which, as our understanding changes and evolves over time, we need to make sure that those aren't harmed as well. So all of the academic theories, for example, that were discussed last week should be given equal weight so that nothing is harm that we might then come back to find we haven't protected at a later date. So we have to take that holistic and inclusive approach, which is also advocated in the Managing Change Guidance Note. I think, the reporters for the Sheer Drim Renewable Energy Development, they considered whether HEPS 1 was brought into play, and they recommended again that an inclusive approach should be taken, and they found in that one that as the applicant had failed to consider all of the relevant aspects of setting of the scheduled monument, that the proposal was not informed by a full and accurate understanding of its effects on the scheduled monument, and therefore did not comply with HEP 1. So I think that's a reasonable way to think about HEP 1.
And just to clarify on the HEP 1 points, you've talked there about what the reporters concluded on Sheer Drim in relation to whether the inclusive understanding was there. I just want to clarify what the HES position is on whether the inclusive understanding is there on this in this case?
I think that we would suggest that the EIA report doesn't necessarily have a fully inclusive understanding, given that we have identified elements that we've gone on to consider in our evidence. I think if you were following the same approach as the reporters at Sheardrim, that would probably lead you to a similar conclusion.
Okay, thanks very much. Do you want to go on to HEP 2?
So I think we would start by saying that we don't think that the proposal secures the ability of future generations to understand and enjoy the monuments as laid out in Ms Hall's evidence. The proposed development would have a significant impact on the future understanding and enjoyment of the monuments in terms of understanding, appreciation and experience. So it goes back to that need to retain those and their cultural significance. And that falls back on that holistic and inclusive approach again. In relation to our understanding of these monuments, as was discussed a lot last week, that element is still evolving, as is demonstrated by the variety of academic theories which were discussed. And so we may find that in the future, as our understanding evolves, that some factors may become more important to our understanding, and therefore we have a duty to consider all of those and protect those which may be significantly adversely impacted. And until we can be positive that certain factors are not important to understanding and appreciation and experience, we need to protect them. I think because we've identified that the development will significantly affect the ability to appreciate and experience some of the specific factors of setting and cultural significance, it will therefore not secure the ability of future generations to understand and enjoy the monuments. I think the Heritage Trail may assist in some senses with understanding of the monuments, as discussed, although with the caveat about evolving understanding, so that might need to be updated, but it won't mitigate any of the adverse impacts on appreciation and experience brought about by the development. So we would say that the proposals will significantly adversely impact on the factors of setting that contribute to cultural significance and therefore don't adequately retain understanding, appreciation and experience, and therefore the future understanding and enjoyment.
Thank you. And HEP 3, bearing in mind what Mr Trinnick said about the enhancements not being intended as mitigations.
Yep, I think we would agree with that. We think, you know, the current design of the proposal hasn't avoided detrimental impacts on the setting of the scheduled monuments, as laid out by our evidence. And in order to avoid or reduce the detrimental impacts, there would need to be design changes. So there's no mitigation in those terms put forward. And as discussed, the enhancement measures aren't really mitigation in that sense. And we would also say that the newly proposed condition relating to tree planting isn't really mitigation in that sense either, as we will go on to. So I think we would suggest that that's not right there. We wondered if perhaps HEP 4 might also be, we think that's also relevant to the application.
Yeah, you're welcome to talk to that. I think I probably didn't list it because I didn't spot a particular point on interpretation, but if you want to draw one out, that's fine.
I think if you're happy with that, then that's probably fine. We were just going to point out that this one relates to specific assets and their context, and so it's probably the one that's sort of most relevant. And yeah, it also covers the same points, I think, on mitigation, and just also to point out about the reporters for the shared renewable energy development also considered HEP4, if that's useful for you to go to as well.
Thank you. And did you want to say anything on HEP4, Mr. Trinick?
Not really. The only point I make is that I'm never convinced that about the word context being extrapolated to mean setting. I think it's as a wider meaning than setting, but I'm not sure it takes me very far, so I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you. And would the council or Hofwig like to say anything on HEPs? No. Okay, well, I'll stop for today then. Thank you for everything so far. So we'll come and resume from where we got to so far. I had a paper stapled backwards, which is why I skipped over HEPs. So I think we've got up as far, I think we're up to policy 11 now.
We are, ma'am. I'm just thinking about starting time tomorrow. That be surprised to hear me suggest that we might actually start at 9:30 to make sure we get through in really good time tomorrow.
I'm happy with that if others are happy to come at 9:30. Yep, okay. Something I was going to mention now, and it's more for when we get on to conditions. I mean, I issued quite a lengthy agenda on conditions. Things have moved on quite a lot since I issued that agenda, at least in terms of agreement between the applicant and the council on the conditions, but there's still some questions that I'd like answers to. The Hofwig have some questions, and HES have a condition to discuss. But I'm quite happy to, for people to think of ways that we can not make that discussion on conditions longer than it needs to be. If there are some things that people are happy to put into the written submissions, particularly maybe where I've asked about how particular conditions address points that were raised at earlier stages by some statutory consultees that aren't involved. So that's just something to bear in mind overnight, that we can help sort of try and truncate that session. Do people have any comments they want to make on that or anything else?
Ma'am, if I may, from a very selfish perspective, in terms of condition 37, I wonder if it would be possible to take that condition first, because it's the only one in which HES has an interest. Very self-centred, but if consideration could be given to that, that would be appreciated.
I'm quite happy with that in principle. I'm sure it'll make everybody else jealous that they don't have just one to discuss.
We think that's a good idea.
No, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. And I think, yeah, I have let the case officer know. I've accepted the 2 documents from HES that I mentioned this morning, some updated guidance and comments on condition 37 as well. Okay. Also to update, because everybody might not be aware, NATS and the airport aren't taking part in conditions anymore. I think that's because they've agreed conditions with the applicant. Sorry, and you wanted to come in? Yeah.
Thanks, Mum. I was just going to make a suggestion. I think, having had a look through the agenda for the condition session tomorrow, that the points on the agenda either relate to sort of areas that had been in dispute between the applicant and the council, which are no longer, or, as you say, questions around whether consultees such as Nature Scotland SEPA have been addressed within the conditions. I don't think any of the points in the agenda itself relate to something, another party that's taken part in the session, and perhaps we might be best guided by Historic Environment Scotland's comment and then the email that you sent on Friday, which confirmed those of the Hofwig comments that you had accepted, and maybe that list might be the best guide for the session tomorrow rather than the agenda, and then, as you say, we can follow up in writing the sort of wider points relating to the consultees not taking part.
So, Mr Campbell, I think what was being suggested was we start with the condition that HES has an interest in, and then because the applicant and the council are in agreement on conditions now, and because I've said I'd be happy to take in writing views on how statutory consultee comments have been incorporated into conditions where there are statutory consultees who had views that I flagged, should we then, after dealing with the HES condition, use the response I gave to the Hoffwigan Community Council's conditions, comments as a guide rather than the original agenda? You're happy with?
Yes, it was. Thank you.
We'll do that. We'll do that. Okay, thank you very much. I'll see you at 9:30.